let's get this back on the road here. Okie dokie. Let's see here. System messages. Interesting. All right, now I don't need multiple ones of these. Let's change that WTO. Put these alerts and stuff on there. It's still there. Not the best. Maybe. All right, let's see what we can do today. Yeah, I saw that XTIA popped right after I got off the stream. I was pretty surprised to see it just kind of bleed in after hours too. It just had a squeeze moment. So, I mean, I'm happy for you if you're in it. That's a huge move. I don't know what to do with it now, because like it did come up and check that level, but it's like pretty heavy selling at the moment, and there's a gap below. So it's not impossible. This could just hold here. This is the 180 on the 4 hour and just kind of keep squeezing. But the trade to me looks like it's kind of over. You know, it's funny. It did do what we thought it was going to do in regular trading. It went right up to like 8 cents, and that's where it stopped. And in after hours, it went pretty far. I mean, it went pretty darn far, but opened up around 23, 24 cents. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing really else to say about it. I think the trade is kind of done from my point of view. Like, if you're in it, you could hold it and keep holding it. If you're not in it, I don't know why you would want to trade it from here. Yeah, I don't know what you would do with it now. So it's a great trade, but it's kind of done. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully, if you were in it, hopefully you made some money. It was a weird one because it was kind of breaking out right when we were talking about it yesterday, and it was at this point where it was like, oh, it could very well pop and go really far, up to 8, which already was like over 100% or something ridiculous, right? I mean, it seemed like it was way up there because you were buying it at like 2 cents, and it would go up to like 8 cents. I mean, it's a really big trade. But it ended up kept going after hours, went way high. So, Sero Therapeutics, and it just had a split. Oh, it's scheduled to have a split. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's scheduled to have a split. I mean, it's running right now. If you were just chasing it, you could try to chase it with a tight stop. It just broke its creek, so I mean, I can see it without even drawing the line. That's 1, and then this would be 2 up here, and they're both out, so it's running. And I probably would watch the gap. You know, I don't think these kind of stocks really, gaps don't make a huge difference, but there's a possibility here. You still got another huge chunk of this move left. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to trade something like this with like a trailing stop if it depends on like what your program is, because I know for me, a lot of the penny stocks, the trailing stops don't work like I think they should. You know, it's a bit strange. I don't know, because I've tried to do it before and it just doesn't really do what I want it to do. Basically, because when they're penny stocks, your trailing stop would be like hundredths of a cent. But like in my program, it won't even let me put in a market order for this. I'd have to put in like a limit order for a penny stock. So it's confusing. I don't know. Maybe that's different for other people. I use Fidelity, and for the most part, it's a good program. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But like I can check right now and I'll see what it does. But usually it's it won't let me do like a market order. So if I put in like a market, it would say can't do it. Usually. Yeah. It says if they're less than $1, it won't let you do it. So you do like a limit and then you would put it like beneath the actual price or whatever. Or above the price rather. And you try to do that. It's going so fast that it probably won't be able to get it, but I'll do like 10 cents or something. Let's see what happens. Sure. Yeah, so basically, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I'll tell you what happens. It's squeezing right now, so I'm gonna do a trailing stop on it and just trade it. See what goes on. 0.914. Right, so that's my order. This is a hard one because I don't think it's gonna be easy to like. It's such a fast move. It might not be easy. And then I would be careful here. But let's see what else we can see from it. Well, it's kind of putzing around. I guess if it dumps, it dumps, and I'm done. You gotta like, what are you gonna do? I don't know. Let's set a stop loss or something for like 8 cents or something, I guess. And that way, if it doesn't do what I want it to do, it goes the other way. Maybe I'll just do stop out at 914, and then I just have a scratch position. I'm up 4%. It's not really much to talk about. I mean, I bought like 1,000 shares, but it's not. It's like $90. It's like nothing. So, yeah. Live trading on Booksy's channel. What? I know, right? So this is a common place for it to stop. So in previous like up thrusts, it stopped here. So it's trying to breach that 10-cent level, and I'm thinking it may not go. So I may have not, it's not the greatest trade. But if it does go, I think it'll pop all the way to like near 20 cents. I think it could have a pretty big move. So this is a little bit of that high heel, like you got the drop off and then the rebound. It made a lower low here, which could be like a spring type motion. So we'll see. Like I said, I think worst case scenario here is basically just like a scratch play, and I don't really care then. It's like, okay. But it is running. The other way you could do this is, so like one example would be to use something like a 4-hour 180, in which case you would say, oh, it's basically done. Right, I sold at 10 cents or whatever, and then you're finished, right? Because that's as high as it's going to go. More than likely, there was a lot of asks right there. Like there's a lot of people that wanted to sell, so they had like sell orders right at 10 cents. So it popped above 10 cents, and it then started bleeding down, right? because of all those sell orders hitting. That's the most likely thing that's going on, in my opinion. We'll see if it can't do it again. If it tries again and it can't go again, you get like a second bar, for example. This is what happened over here. There's like 2 bars on the 4 hour, right? That just don't go. In theory, this just broke a creek. It's got plenty of potential here to continue to run. And I'm looking at the 4 hour, and another way to trade this would be to avoid trying to trade it until it comes above, for example, on the RSI, it comes above overbought. This isn't even overbought yet. So that's why I'm like not really certain. I think 10 cents would make sense for a lot of people if they bought low, that they're thinking it's going to go up right there and that's going to be kind of the end of it. And that, they might be right. I mean, I have to kind of, I took a trade without kind of doing all the DD first, so it may be something that I have to kind of reevaluate, but that's okay. You took a trade, Booksy? Why? I don't know. Just for fun. It broke out. I mean, it looked good. I was trying to get in like right here, and I was a little too slow. It kind of rapidly ran up. So there's a split incoming on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. So there may be a desire also to kind of achieve. I wonder why they're doing that. 1 to 100. Maybe they're trying to achieve like a pop so then they could just sell it off again. Or there's people that are trying to pop so they can sell before the split, which seems likely. So I guess if it's 1 over 100, this would go to $8. That's not a real like value. It's just, that's just what the split would cause. So it's not like it's going from 8 cents to $8 all of a sudden. It's a split. Just to clarify, in case you overheard that and you were thinking, what? I'm talking about a split. So yeah, so there's a gap up here around 19 cents. There might be something here a little bit higher, but it looks like all these were checked. This has a double test. This is a double test. This is the only one that wasn't checked. Yeah, in theory, you could see this go pretty far. There's a bullish trend to the upside here. That's pretty significant. And yeah, and we're already like back below like my buy level significantly. So like this is the problem with chasing, right? Is you end up chasing in a spurt of heat of the moment kind of thing. Let's take a look at smaller time frames. I'm looking at 4 hour. Let's see what this did on smaller time frames. So this regularly on the 10-minute regularly gets overbought, like pretty regularly. We have a wedge here that broke down and then back up. That's kind of important. Could have been like a bear flag. And then again, somebody changed their mind, or it's just a head fake down and a reversal. Okay, let's check like 30-minute. I don't like 10-minute. All right, this is a little bit better. So this one's giving us a different picture because in this case, it's coming pretty far. I mean, it was very far overbought. So that's a significant value, at least on the 30-minute. There's not a lot of value that goes up that high. So it got severely overbought right here into the top. It's probably my fault. You guys are like, what do you mean? It's probably my fault. I don't know. I placed a big order, I guess, for this thing. It probably doesn't have a huge float, so you made it overbought, Bucksy. I mean, you could have that kind of impact if the float's small enough. I mean, it's not like super likely that you're going to impact it, but if the float was really small, sure, why not? Let's check the hourly. All right, so again, it's interesting because like on the 4 hour, it looked like it had a lot of room. On the hourly, this definitely looks like, you know, it could be frankly done, like it's struggling. In the past, this has come up higher. So let me look on the hourly and see how far this has gone in the past. So right here, that's the peak of the move. So this actually went up and continued to climb on the hourly, or excuse me, as the RSI declined. It was already like declining. It looks like a cat ear too. It's pretty interesting, but it's happening in like reverse. I don't know big picture wise if there was something else we missed here, but I don't think so. It'd be really funny if this like squeezed like on a whim, it just went. I would laugh so hard. Just like the most random thing. Oh man, it's so goofy. So let's see. I can't see my chart here. Yeah, all right. So there's a bit of a higher trend here. That's already been met before, so it doesn't have to go. But again, it may give you kind of reason to think this could go back up and fill that gap around 20 cents. It's possible. It'd have to happen like today, though. You know, it looks a lot like a head and shoulder. You gotta just state the obvious sometimes. So like, yes, there's a creek jump. There's a couple creek jumps here. It does look a little like a head and shoulder action, especially on RSI. This 1, 2, 3. And this being like a weakened state here. I don't think it broke a neckline, but because it came and made a lower low, it's about, maybe the best way to describe it is like thinking about what that shoulder might represent. It could represent a hook here. A lot of times when we look at head and shoulders, we're really thinking about where is it, where is that actual supply? And so most of the time your textbook answer is going to be it's at the previous shoulder. That's not always wrong. It's usually quite right. But the thing is that sometimes that head and shoulder can be triggered based on another level. So I'm going to try my best here. I'm going to see what I can do. I'm going to do something really quick. So assuming that the top is, I think we're right. Assuming that the top is a, get rid of these. It's just noise. And we know that the creek jump already happened. We don't need that. Assuming that the top is here, and that's the main trend, and I think it is, then what I did is I dragged that parallel down, and you can see that it does match the trajectory here pretty well, especially right here. And then this actually looks like an attempt to kind of come back into that channel, and that failed, and then it goes low, and then it breaks out, and it tries to hold the channel. So when you put it into that perspective, this little gap up actually looks like it comes right off that channel line that existed really high up. So again, in theory, if this RSI weren't so overblown, I would probably be pretty bullish about this going maybe all the way back up to the top of the channel. But we got to do like a middle and see where that lands us, because there's probably another resistance here. I'm going to guess it's right at that top. Yeah, it is. That's like a 50% right here of the channel. You see that? So on the way down, this was roughly defined here to here as the channel. So I'm going to actually drop that. And that's your main channel right there. And then this would be roughly, again, defined as like the 50% of that channel. And then you can see that interaction there in that channel seems pretty consistent. Here it tried to hold, it failed, and then here it's rejecting. So this does give you a kind of a different glimpse of like what may be going on with this play. And yeah, I think at this point you're just kind of waiting to see if there's a buyback in. Yeah, if I were not trying to jump the gun so much, I wasn't thinking about 10 cents, which just seemed kind of obvious now. I think this would be a good opportunity to kind of wait and see if it does a little creek cross on like a micro level. Just wait for it to get oversold on like a low time frame. Yeah, it's like way high volume. So it looks like it's struggling a bit. So we got to have a buy back in pretty soon because this is really steep. But the good news is it should be all within the day. So we'll have a lot of time to kind of watch and see what happens here. Oh, Booksy just made a huge bad trade. Just kidding. We don't know yet. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. These are tough ones. When they start going, they go. You know, you can be 99% correct and get it wrong, or you could be 1% right and get it right, because sometimes there's a little bit of an irrational move that happens if it can involve some shorts covering. I'm curious as to where this is coming from here. I think maybe this. I need to like soften my brain a little bit. Yeah, so my guess is if it can hold the creek cross here, it's going to just try to advance again. And then we'll see what happens. I would be a little bit surprised if it just dumps really, really, really hard right now. I guess if somebody wanted to get it to $1, they could try to get this thing to, and start it at $1. They could try to get it down to like 1 cent before the split happens. I suppose that's happening tomorrow. So anyways, pretty risky play. I guess we'll see what happens. The other thing here that I'm kind of curious about is we would call like the neckline, which is down bottom. So that's this guy, this trend. It's a pretty significant trend. And so this one will be really crucial. If it does break down, want to be really watchful of that. Honestly, if it goes below here, I'd probably be out anyways. I wouldn't want to play it anymore. Even if it turned around, I'd be like, whatever. It's not safe. This is dropping beneath the creek after advancing like this high. Doesn't really bode well. So, needs to hold. I'm thinking that it looks okay though, like so far. I think it just needs to chill out a bit. Yeah, we'll put an alert down here in case it drops too low. Right there. I'm not really afraid of, losing some lunch money here, if that's what it costs. The idea of it wasn't to necessarily make $1 billion right away. It was just to take a simple trade. At most, I could have made like 5%, so I didn't get a good entry, so I didn't wait. There's also this floor, so like right where that creek is at 70 cents, roughly, it's like 65 cents or something. That's the previous floor over here. So it may be this situation of like, if it is a spring, it's got to come back and test that floor and then head on up before it heads up. So it's possible, again, that we could hit this bottom and then get another big spike. I'd be curious. I think if it gets over 10 cents, I think it could go pretty far. I really do. I think it could go try for that 20-cent range. It's not a very complicated play. It's actually fairly straightforward. That's just noise on the chart. Yeah, I think if a buy back in here, that's support, and then it should just go. If it's strong. If it's weak, it breaks down here, and then it just bleeds all the way through. And that might be, again, some kind of a desire to get it to a certain price. I would be surprised if it doesn't try a little bit more. But yeah, we kind of missed it by just a few seconds. I think a lot of people probably bought in right when it broke out at 70 and then sold at well, it's not 70, it's 7 cents, but then sold at 10 cents. That's a pretty quick 30% swing. Yeah, there was a divergence there. I mean, it's a really simple setup. There was a divergence on the bottom. It made a lower low on that divergence, but it held that support on the neckline. Once it gapped up, you probably would have been like pretty confident it was going to try to go. And then right around 5 to 6 cents, maybe you would have bought in. And then got out around 10, and that would have been the simplest play there for like a little swing. So why do you think it's possibly even remotely good then, Booksy? Well, I'm not positive, but I think that I mean, it just depends. Usually, I mean, you can see in most of these situations, it tries to come up at least a couple times to get overbought more than once. So on most of these time frames below 4 hour, I'm seeing like multiple hits into overbought territory, not just one. So it seems likely to me that even if it got overbought, that if it can hold that momentum, it should have another pop. I mean, a good example, again, is this move back here, decently high volume move. I think it was overbought pretty fast. It looks like it was overbought on this first push-up, and it only went from, it's kind of the same move. It went from like 7 cents up to 10 cents, backed up, and then when it broke out at 10 cents, it ran all the way back to 20, and that is a secondary action here. On the hourly, it's overbought, backs up, and then gets overbought again. Let's see what that looked like on like a smaller time frame. So one of the things I talked about yesterday on the stream, for those that are like, what are you not looking at so-and-so? Why are you not looking at this? Why are you not looking at that? You might be thinking that in the back of your head. I spent a lot of time working on AMC charts yesterday, and I found that there was some really good stuff that I wanted to share. But at the end of the day, in terms of trading, AMC is not... AMC is not a easy to trade chart. There are moments where it has some pretty simple trading opportunities. I've used the 6-minute time frame to do that in the past, and in order to kind of trade efficiently on there, you have to have like a plan that you're going to stick to and just kind of stick to it. It can be very boring, which is fine. Boring is sometimes very good as long as it's consistent, right? And you're making some income. But in terms of like whether or not AMC is breaking out and going to $19 in the next couple of weeks, or going into February even towards the end of the month, which would be more like what happened in 2021, that kind of a setup is already kind of done. Like I've talked about that so much at this point that there's almost nothing new under the sun. I have a new chart, quote unquote, that's just based on trajectories, and it's a simpler chart. But it's simple, but it's low-key got some complexity to it as well, because I used a new method of measuring. And I'll just say, like, right off the top of my head, like, it's not like the end-all be-all chart or anything. It's just another way of looking at the information. And again, it's sort of like redundant. None of this kind of theoretical stuff where you're looking at big term, long-term stuff really does anything to affect what's needed right now. And really, the more I've stared at this and looked at it, the more I've kind of looked at different time frames and things, it's very obvious to me that this was set up to possibly pop from 4 to 450. I think it's a good trade if you just want to go 4 to 450. I think it's very likely going to happen. I don't think it's anything in the market is 100% certain. But I think it's very likely going to happen, and there's a lot of reasons for it. One being the obvious, that it's got a massive potential for a hook there. Another is just all of those indicators. I mean, there's all kinds of EMA lines that run right. This is the 180 and the 200. They both run together right now, and they've always been kind of close ever since about August back here. They started closing in on each other. They crossed up, unfortunately, in October during this downside, and we tried to get above them here. It was like that false breakout, which again looked good until it didn't. And right now you can see that a retest, we haven't actually retested that, but a retest of that would come at 450, like right where you would expect it to be. And we talked about yesterday how OBV just to keep it kind of brief, OBV really had a chance of final dump. I mean, we were really careful in looking at it and observing it and trying to determine what's what. And what seemed obvious to me is that there was a missing drop. There wasn't a major sell-off. So either it's very, very strong and it's just not going to have that drop because it's stronger than it has been in the past, or it just hasn't had it yet, in which case we're still going to get that drop. And it could be quite the opposite, of what we've been talking about. We've been talking about maybe running up into January, and without that OBV drop, it's a very difficult one to call. It's like it's not there. The dump happened, but it held. And in most cases, when you have this kind of a cross and you get this, concentrated cat ear here, that's the do or die moment. So you either cross up and you go, and in which case this whole thing looks like a massive breakout, right? Which is great. That does happen. This looks like a cross to the upside. So it's sort of like a mini version of what we're seeing on the big picture. I mean, it really is. This push with the cat ear and then the jump, this push with the cat ear and then the jump, sort of like one after the next. So we talked about this yesterday, and that on the surface looks very bullish. It looks like it's doing the bullish option, which is to not break down, but to go back to the upside, which we've talked about numerous times on this channel, that you get this crossover, and then if you break out on the cat ear, it's usually bullish. While that's true, what we noted was we went back and did comparisons to other major breakouts that resulted in huge 100, 200, 300% moves or whatever. Specifically, we looked at 2020, and what we found was that it looks almost exactly the same, except it seems to be missing a drop back down to check this lower channel. And ultimately, we talked about how that looked like a reset of RSI, or excuse me, not RSI, but a reset of on balance volume back to the beginning here, which is still mad bullish. It's just that it doesn't have that drop yet. So it's like really bullish to hit that same high OBV level and have that buy-in and stuff. Where it's at, it's highly compressed, right? That's what we were talking about yesterday. But at the same time, that just doesn't tell you anything. It makes it seem like really ambiguous. Like, okay, well, then I guess that's a mixed bag. What does that even mean? If you don't know, then you don't know, Booksy. Just say you don't know. Well, it means that I'm like watching it really carefully. I don't know, right? But it means that this is a very important little moment right here. In layman's terms, if this crosses up and breaks out, it would probably be because this is crossing up and breaking out in a major fashion above 450. The only thing that would hike OBV like that, to the extent where this starts looking like it's breaking out, the only thing I can think of is like a smart money buy-in. And the only place I can place that from here until about the 16th to 17th is jumping over this 450. There's nothing else to it in some ways. So I feel like at this point I've kind of exhausted talking about AMC, and I don't mean it in like a mean way. I just mean that there's not really anything new coming out of the information that we are getting. Like, we already knew that 450 was important, and then you see the EMAs and you're like, okay, so 450 is important. We already knew that was a rising, like, ice level, as I call it, that needed to come back above. So, okay, it's important. And then you know that this represents like a potential breakout, but if it goes down, then so on and so forth. And we already knew that. We already knew that there was a possibility this is like an M cross to the downside, right? And that you could get a pretty sizable drop if it doesn't hold. It's made lower lows, which isn't the greatest. So after making this low here, it needs to come back up above 415 and hold. Now I marked off 417 on my chart, but if this is a spring action, and this is like a phase B bottom, right? And this is testing that bottom and then dropping it. And it's possible, it's not impossible. It's not the most likely thing ever. In some people's opinion, I think they would look at this, say it's dunsies, right? It's like not going to come back up. But what this looks like to me is like a breach of the bottom and then a dip into the bottom. I think at this point it needs to hold 4, and he needs to hold 415, and then we'll see about 450, and that's really where the buy-in is anyways. You know, if we're gonna go, that's where it's gonna be. If we're gonna dump, that's where it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be down here. I don't. It's not impossible. It's just my opinion about it. Okay, there's certainly like a case for it. Like there's another, we call them like ice or whatever on here, because it's like that rising trend that's defining where the support is. There's another one that's like right over our heads. So that's, again, I've got a couple levels marked off. One is 420, one is 450. I would be surprised if we didn't at least get to 420 or thereabouts. I'd be very surprised if that didn't happen. I think that'd be very odd. But beyond that, it's kind of like, well, we've seen plenty of times where this kind of a pop has led to like a distributive action right off that, and basically it's a giant hook, and then it dumps further. It's just an attempt to get more sellers on board. We have not seen a whole lot of situations, except for 2021, really, that have kind of reversed that mold and turned it back around. And frankly, given the situation that we're in, I think it's a bit tricky to make that judgment. So I'm just kind of waiting on it right now. I don't feel like I should talk about AMC for 4 hours straight or something like that. It's just too much. So one of the other things we've been, focusing on a lot is GME, and of course that's important to a lot of people. I'm a big fan of it. I still have, my shares and stuff like that, and it has been rising in value. I mentioned yesterday that if it held here around 30, I think it's very possible it could go all the way up to 37. It's making the first advances. This was drawn out yesterday. It looks like it went a little earlier than I maybe expected. I thought it might come down one more time. Instead, it just popped this creek and pushed up. It's still possible that this comes back down. Looking at the RSI, you can see that turn down is possible. It's not confirmed yet. If it holds right where it's at, above this particular shelf, I've got this yellow bar on my chart around 32. If it holds right there, there's no reason to suspect it can't just advance again. And I do think there's a likelihood that it goes pretty far. Based on what we saw again in 2021, this is right on point with what we might expect if it goes. But this is a descriptive analysis, right? So I've been saying that a lot lately because I think we get too tied up in like YouTubers or whoever making predictions, and really predictions are a dime a dozen. Like anybody can say anything they want about where they think the stock is going to go. They don't have to have any knowledge or data to back it up. You can just make a prediction. So it's really difficult because I think everybody gets, in that regard, everyone gets going to get lumped into that idea. But I've heard in the past, and I think it's interesting, is like when you read something, sometimes people read something and they think it's prescriptive. And they're like, oh, so this is the way that, it should be. And it's like, well, no. Sometimes you're just reading something that's descriptive. I think about that a lot in various topics, not just the stock market, but like in the stock market, it's like when you read the wedge breakout, for example, if you think that it's prescriptive, you assume that it's going to always do the exact same thing, that it has to happen. And it's really descriptive. It's describing, like, statistically, here's what happens. You decide whether you're going to make it prescriptive, meaning you're going to use it as a way of trading when you enter and exit trades. You're the one that actively makes it, future looking as a trader. Now that might seem a little bit like a cop-out, like, well, then how do you know, who holds responsibility? Well, no, it's not a cop-out, because ultimately the only person that can hold responsibility for my trades is me, and the only person that holds responsibility for your trades is you. So if you take something that I'm saying here and I'm saying to you that I think it's a description of what happens if this is bullish, what I'm saying is I think this is what the road looks like. And this is the most likely thing, in my opinion, if it's going to go up. When I think something is strong, I will tell you that I think it's very high probability that it happens. That to me is as prescriptive, so to speak, as I want to be, because that's how I trade. Like, I don't want to trade by saying it's definitely going to happen. That's not responsible for myself. So why would that be responsible for you? So anyways, you guys are all adults. I think you understand that. But what I'm showing you here on the screen, just to kind of clarify, because I've been using those words a lot and I haven't really like parsed that out. So we parsed it out. Is that this is more of a description of what I expect. It's not necessarily a prescription. The fact that I said, I expected to do this, then this, and then it happened is great. I'm happy for us. The fact that we thought it was going to break out here and go all the way up to, 29 and then possibly push higher into 31. All of these things have been ridiculously accurate, but even as I presented them, I wasn't necessarily saying that it was definitely going to happen. Like, I wouldn't take credit saying like, well, I did call it out, sure, but I was really just describing what a bullish situation looks like. Like, that's what would happen if in a normal situation, if it's bullish, is you'd expect these kind of patterns to play out, and they have. So that tells you that, at least for now, what does it tell you? Well, it's taking a very bullish path. It's not, it's important just to note that in the back of your head and just like catalog it as this could change any time. But for now, it is taking a bullish path. So could something like this be a little bit more of a prediction? Sure. At this point, yeah, I think I could predict that this is likely to happen, because it has so far in every one of these situations for the past few months, since October, it's taken a bullish path. And I don't really feel the need, in my opinion, because I have people that will come on, you guys know this, and you guys are like, yeah, you do, Booksy, you argue with people all the time. Yeah, I do, but I don't always feel the need, I should say, and I think it's important to just note that, like, I don't put my own trust and security in my ability to just predict everything. Like, you can make the best possible prediction and still be wrong. You could think that something is likely going to happen and still be wrong. So when I look at these things, I'm like, okay, like, here's an example, right? We were just doing that this morning, right? You guys are like, well, you lost big on that already. Well, yeah, because you're making assumptions based on what you've seen in the past and what you think might happen, but it's not necessarily what's going to happen, right? So right now, what happened is I got in at a really bad time, basically on the top. Buy high, sell low. And now I have to make a decision whether I'm holding this or not. And what I said in the beginning of the stream was that as much as I think this could possibly run, if it doesn't hold here, if it can't hold these creeks and it can't hold this support level, I don't really see why I would hold it. So then you're in a position where you're like, okay, well then you just basically, lost like 20-30% for no reason. Well, yeah, but that's the risk on of the market, right? It's like you take that risk when you decide to buy in. And if you're wrong and you're thinking like descriptively, oh, it's going to go up, this is what it would look like, and it doesn't do that, that's where you say, all right, I'm done. This may seem very elementary to most of you, but frequently on this channel and on Discord and all these things, we will get people who come in and they just don't seem to understand. Like, when it doesn't go the way the setup is expected to go, they think that they should just point fingers and get angry and lament, instead of lament how horrible the stock is or how horrible Booksy is or whatever. Instead of just taking responsibility and pulling the plug when it's time to pull the plug. It's like, take the trade out of take the trade out of your, you're not married to it. It's just a trade. Take it out of the context of the structure and the possible descriptive nature of it. If it doesn't do what you think it's going to do, then you shouldn't be trading it, largely. So like right now, this looks like the worst possible trade in the world, right? Really, Booksy, you're going to sell and get rid of this after you basically just lost money for no reason. Well, yeah, I mean, if it doesn't go the way I think it's going to go, if it doesn't hold here, why would I hold it? It doesn't make any sense. Well, you could average down. Yeah, you could dig yourself deeper in. But again, that's a conviction thing. I personally think that if it's going to bounce, it's got to be on this floor. And that's why I put a marker here earlier. It turned off, but like there's a marker right here. It's the creek intersection for these two creeks that it broke. It's also the previous floor. It's the most likely place to find support. If it does not find, and we're talking about Sero, Cero, if it does not find support here, I don't see why you would hold it. It just doesn't make sense. Like, there's no other place, in my opinion, that you would look to for support. So it's like, buyers need to step in presently and buy and then take it back up, or it's kind of a bust. In which case, it kind of did the move. We looked at it earlier and we were like, yeah, it makes sense that it could distribute here. There's a lot going on right here, triangulation-wise. And that's probably a good, if anything, this could be a good case for like why you shouldn't just impulse buy just because something's running up, you know, or have a tight stop on it, right, and scratch. So no, I don't think that I don't really want to put a lot into Roaring Kitty posts. Like, personally, Dave, I don't think anybody should be treated like a prophet, and I think it's a bad idea to sort of hold him up and say like because what that does is it tells us that he has some kind of privileged information and we have to listen to everything he says. And the moment he's wrong, people are gonna like crucify the guy and turn him into a martyr, you know, for the rest. It's like people can't. Everybody's insatiable, right? And they don't have. Like, everybody's insatiable in this marketplace. I personally am not going to lift him up on a pedestal. Is it cool that he said something and then there was something special that happened? Maybe. He may have been looking at something else, though. We don't know what he was looking at. And I don't think he necessarily knew that Jimmy Carter was going to die. That's kind of silly. You know. Maybe it's strange for other reasons, but I don't think it has to do with the Jimmy Carter thing. Maybe there's something else to that. Yeah, all right. So it looks like it's sitting below the 0.5 retrace on the fib, Cero, and it's got a 0.5565, which is the more or less like the more accepted golden pocket. Both of these kind of sit in that same region where, again, I would expect it to find some kind of support. And if it can't find support here, then I don't see why you would hold it anymore. And this play is kind of done, at least for me. And it would be just a loss. So you guys are like, man, that sucks, Booksy. Yeah, well, it happens. I mean, weirdly, you know, I bought like a ton, but it's like, it didn't cost me anything. It's just pennies. So, I mean, even if it ran up to 20 cents, I wouldn't make that much money. It's not a huge deal. It just isn't. So, yeah, this is interesting. IWM, it's really fascinating because I was saying that, like, it needs to breach this level right here, which is basically just coming over a top, right? It needs to make a new high and then continue and build support there. And if it doesn't, it could distribute. Weirdly, it didn't even make that jump. It just kind of M-crossed. It did push higher on IWM here, but then it's come back down. It's sitting on a potential trend, but I don't know, man. I don't particularly love M-crosses that don't finish. Like, to me, this is like good. It's a good setup, but it hasn't finished yet. So I'm in this situation right now where I'm like, I don't really know what you would do with this just yet until it comes back above 226 on IWM. I don't think I would touch it. There's nothing wrong with the play by itself, but that is like it could still break out there and be a huge breakout. But you can tell like it's sitting underneath. So it came back and checked those creeks. Now it's sitting underneath this green creek, and it's a previous supply zone. I've got this yellow bar here. This is a really messy chart, but it's simple. It's currently like stuck below here. It does look like it's crossing over, you know, an RSI. It does look like the creek cross locally happened, but there's a wider creek way up here that hasn't even tested yet. So my thought is IWM, if it can manage to breach, it's probably going to be like 225. If it can manage to breach like 225, I think it'll probably squeeze up to the top creek pretty quick, like 225 all the way up to 230. And that'll be a good trade. But then the rest of that I'm not really sure about. I think it has to still do the same thing and prove that it's going to go. So all this stuff hasn't happened yet. It just got stopped right there. It never went up. So you need to see the same thing. Otherwise, it could be lights out. And this could still happen. It doesn't seem as likely, based on the way this is setting up, that this would happen, because it's setting up pretty wide. And I know that that might seem like, oh, well, it doesn't look like it's going to happen because of this. It's holding the EMA. It's holding the trend. It did breach low here, which to me looks a little bit weak. I don't know. I don't think I could ship this one yet, unless it gets above 230. So I think that 212 is still possible. And this is the same prediction I made when it was up here at 237. This isn't any different. It's just developed more. So if we talk about predictions or whatever, there was a description, prediction. You guys are like, this is dumb, Buxy. Just say what you need to say. It's exactly the same thing that I said before, though. I thought it was going to come down. We talked about 218. I think a couple other people like said that 218 looked likely. I still think it's very possible this is going to try to breach down and fill that 212 gap, because I think it left something to be desired there. There's a creek cross that's barely being tested here. I know it's a bit of a flush, but the same thing happened in August before it rallied again and tried to go up another leg. And there's a lot of selling going on, as you can tell in this top. This is a big cat ear kind of cross. I would not be surprised if we needed it for liquidity purposes, just to get that dump and flush out the sellers and then really pop. I'm still bullish on IWM though. I still think even if it has like a slump here in the next couple of days or whatever, if it can get above this marker here at like 230, I think it's going to rally, and I think we'll see it probably go really far, like maybe 270s even. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. I'm not like I said, I'm not anti-Roaring Kitty or something. I have a lot of respect for the guy and his ability to see the information and to read it the way he sees it is often very intuitive, right? And that's probably as far as I go, because I don't know him and I don't follow him like religiously. So I think he's a intuitive trader. Like, he has a good instinct about him. He tends to see good information, so it's a good thing to follow. But I don't think that anybody is beyond reproach or beyond making mistakes. And I know you guys already know that, but one of the benefits to thinking that way about everybody is you give yourself grace when you mess up, and you give other people grace. And then when they mess up, it's not like the end of the world. You don't like sit there and be like, well, you're garbage, you know, you're trash, you're a horrible person because you messed up. Instead, it's like, no, I get it. Like, I didn't expect you to be perfect, right? So if he messes up, I'm going to be like, that's how I'm going to respond. Be like, well, that makes sense. He's not perfect. So WTO, I haven't really talked about that yet today. I'm trying to do better with these kind of charts where I'm going to sort of flip between these sort of secondary charts. I had set this one up, this like 4-box setup a while back, and I don't use it that much. I actually keep it, almost always kept it on MPW because that's the one I was the most invested in at the time. I think that the ones that I was looking at, though, they're still pretty good trades. Cube is not. It's done. I don't really like this. A big head and shoulder, and I don't know where to invest in it anyways. This is one that, frankly, like, it was a $40 to $53 trade. I mean, it was right here, 40 to 60. You can see it did come up to here eventually. We looked at it way back, like summer 2024. This was another REIT, never broke to all-time highs. So, you know, like, these are those things that, like, it did have a rally. It did try to hold, but then it broke down. And you're like, well, I don't get it. It doesn't look good. It looks like it came back beneath the creek. Maybe it's a flush. Maybe it's a flush and it's going to turn back around. Or maybe it's just dumping, right? And it's going down really low. It's a distributive action. Don't really care because I don't heavily invest in it. But it didn't end up panning out. I thought if it held here, it would probably rally. I was really waiting for that retest. I had put this little block on here, and after it rallied, I was like, well, I already missed that. I'm not going to get in. I was waiting for that backup and the retest. And anyways, didn't happen. So I'll probably try to use this. SVMH. I'll probably try to use this to like do some research on other things. Some of you guys are like, hey man, you said you were going to talk about an AMC chart and you didn't talk about it. Well, I did talk about it. I said what I needed to say in terms of a recap. I did talk about it, but I didn't, you're right, I didn't talk about that chart. So we will probably want to look at that. What I learned is very interesting. I don't think it changes anything, so that's why I'm not really like worried about it. It's super interesting from my point of view. I don't think I've ever tried to chart like a split shift before. AMC, like not really tried to chart it in terms of valuation. What I'm finding is very interesting to me. Like, I think I'm understanding better the market mechanics of what's going on and why the trends are where they are. And I found some stuff that it could have potentially led to more. I mean, it was really unique in some ways. Like, it could have led to potentially new information. But in the end, like, the information was kind of the same. So I was like, well, it was a cool little study, and I definitely want to share it with you guys, those that want to see it. It's really interesting. Did not really yield brand new information though. So this is SVMH. This is I don't know what it is, holding. So it's some kind of a bank or something. Usually that's what that represents. Medical properties. Let's just look at this real quick. So if this didn't have a split, I would suggest that this is the drop. This is going to rally that amount. Because I had a split, I'm not positive that it's going to do that. It's just one of those things that you have to just sort of take into consideration. Because like this would look like that high heel setup that we see. And my expectation is, and usually is, that this is going to, at some point, like break to the upside and maybe go about that distance. Sounds great, right? Yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be that simple. There's a trend there, and I don't think it's unwise to still kind of think about that. But because I had a split, that's a weird split too. 1143 over 250. That's super strange. And then for whatever reason, there's no earnings after that point. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, because of that, I would be a little bit wary. And maybe what we're seeing is this is that rally, but it's going to be potentially lower. And this is what I've been finding out on AMC a lot lately, is that there's been The shift actually generated lines and it placed them lower. And I thought for a minute, it's really, like I said, it's really interesting. I thought for a minute, I was like, wait, so they're still using, as if it still exists, they're still using certain like trends and stuff, and they are, but they shifted them down, and it's really fascinating. I'll share it with you guys. But it didn't ultimately, like I said, it didn't really change much for AMC. So right now, I'd look at this and suggest to you that probably this should just be respected as the top trend for now, and that it's already kind of there. It's a curved motion up. That's always a little bit unsettling to me. If it just does a straight like parabolic curve, I don't really find that those buy-ins are I don't feel the most comfortable, and I definitely don't think that that motion itself is super bullish. It sort of just depends on how it sets up, but especially if it comes with a lot of this kind of stuff. You see how there's these massive like up thrusts, and then there's huge high volume after each one. Like, I don't know what to make of that, because it looks like shorts covering, but then see how like almost all the volume exclusively is in low. So it's one of two things. It's either a buy-in where, yeah, shorts are covering, and it's going to continue to jump creeks and cross them and hold, and it's like essentially like a rising accumulation where they're shuffling out, or it's just a straight up LSPY and it's going to eventually dump. This is the most concerning thing right here, this guy. So a lot of times what happens on these parabolic moves is that you get to the end. Yeah, it looks like it's getting close. You get kind of to the end. It's almost like a channel. You get kind of to the end of this, it hits a place where there's like a natural sell-off, and if it cannot advance, so right now you see that on the daily, this is pushed up, and then it pushed up again, and you see how it's got higher volume on that second push, and it's got a gap beneath it, but the RSI is like lower. That's bearish divergence for now. So if it does turn down, it's a very likely place to see a flush down through here, and I'm guessing that it's going to come back to this creek and check it if it does that, because usually there's an outstanding trend that hasn't been met in a while, and that's right there. Yeah, so it's extending as far as it can. Bulls are trying to like push it up, prop it up as much as they can. Maybe bears are too. If it cannot break out, then it's more than likely going to come right back down pretty hard. And I think it's going to come to here. If this holds, it's possible. So this might not be like a one and done thing. I know I'm making it look like it just drops, but a lot of times what we see is this kind of like will chew upwards for a little while and then like come down. Like that's more often what happens than just what I'm drawing, which is just like straight down. Because it's like, it's an exhaustion technique, so there'd be some kind of like narrowing or something going on. So it may even push up and try to breach here in the end before doing anything else. So I'm making it seem like it just drops, but that's not really always what happens. A lot of times you get the kind of chop first. But then if it comes back down, it's got a lot of low creeks, and yeah, I think they're pretty extreme. Like this one goes really low. I mean, you can kind of make it, fudge it to where it looks like it hits here, and it might stop there, but it technically could come down really far. So there's, then I start looking backwards, and I'm like, well, this is not that consequential. This is really more of like a short-term trend then, and it is. So see, like, so this would be like you're narrowing right here. And if it doesn't break, it drops, and then you would take this rise, and that's really where I think the challenge is. It could stop here, but if it makes like a new low, you know, it could be kind of weak. I don't know how long this takes. I'm just kind of drawing it out. This could just be like a halfway point, and then it ends up back at like 2 cents again. So The reason this is important is because this technically doesn't mean it's breaking down. This is still like, at least as far as I can tell, just like a creek test. It's going back down to high liquidity shelf. This line exists, so it's not exactly like broken. It would be considered a widening at that point. But, you know, that's where if it's going to go back, like more than likely, if it cannot advance right now, this is something along the lines of what I would expect. And then it would have a moment where it could possibly break out. And yeah, and this is where you could get like a bigger motion up to maybe the top of the channel to retest something else. Let's see. Oh, it's probably this level. Yeah. It's all speculation on my part right now because I don't know for a fact that it's going to fail here. In order to see this kind of rebound quickly, the other potential here is that it's a very fast move. So you could have it kind of go up and then slump pretty fast. And then it would be a rebound locally here that breaks out and it immediately comes back above the top. That would be pretty hyper bullish. I would think if it does that, it could actually be going like farther, much farther. But in terms of like where it's at, is there a chance it breaks out and holds this line? Maybe. I mean, I don't really know what's going on with the stock. I just kind of stumbled into it because I was asked to look at it. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. If there's something behind the scenes going on that would make people panic and try to get out of positions or something. If it breaches this level, I think there's a good chance it does run really hard. But I'm just saying, like, for me, this low path right here is probably the most likely. And even in that, it's not, there's no certainty that this actually goes. You know, there's a lot of potential here for more downside. This bottom looks okay, but this would be like the test. So it'd be like an auto reaction kind of deal. And then you'd have to come back and test. So there's just a lot here that's unknown. Does that make sense? Because like right now, it just looks like a hook. It has to kind of squeeze through maybe 10 cents. It's pretty similar to the other one we looked at. Maybe 9.50, 9 cent, 9.095. Maybe that area. Yeah, so like this trajectory right here would be really positive, except that it already was checked. So like this was already tested. So like that's one that I wouldn't necessarily count on. Same with this right here. There's another one right here on this cat ear, but it was already tested. So like the walk down here has been fairly succinct. It hasn't really missed a beat. There's not a really strong divergence on this RSI bottom. It looks like it could be like a double bottom, but this goes slightly below, so it looks a little weak. Obviously, on the daily, this is already way overbought. So, I mean, it's had a huge move from 2 cents up to 8 cents. Are there anything that wasn't met? Yeah, like maybe this guy. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. It's like, if it's going to go up, it could still happen. It's just that it doesn't look like it necessarily happens right now. I could see this, yeah, I could see this pretty easily. I mean, that looks like it's right here. That's the support and rejection before it dropped. It's like right in this little pocket. So I could very easily see this breaking out later, like in February, and coming back up if it needs to rebound or come back down here. This ends up being like a stopping point. You get like a secondary move. So anyways, that's probably as far as I could go with this one for now. It's not bad. It's just not like amazing either. So I don't know what to make of that. Yeah, I think WTO is another one of our penny stocks that we've been looking at. I don't really mean to be a penny stock trader, but Jason loves to bring up penny stocks. Hey man, he says things. I mean, we've looked at some others. Like Wolf was one that we looked at. That looked pretty decent. I know it made a little run. I want to look at FANG, Fang. That's an old one that I used to use. It's a mining company. It's not Bitcoin or anything. It's just mining. We do want to probably look at crypto. I haven't looked at Doge in a little bit, so we probably want to look at that. But yeah, this is one that I was eyeballing for a little while, the WTO, and it didn't really pan out like we had hoped. It's kind of similar to what we just talked about. Like this is that rising motion, and so a lot of times what you'll do, you can come sit. Sorry, come on. You want to sit? Cats are weird. This is that similar rising motion, right? Where it's like kind of racing up to the top. And there's an element of excitement with stuff like this because you're like, oh, is it going to finally like break out and go? Maybe. You have to be a bit careful about creeks because again, if it drops a creek in a violent way, that's not usually the best. So I'm on the 1 hour here on WTO. The fact is it did come back above this top. So if this is a distribution, this could easily be a UTAD. I got to just be straight with you because the way that this set it up was it had a hard distribution here, and then we're trying to buy back up to that top. I don't know what the operators want to do, right? I don't know if this is a dip or whatever, but if it is a spring, there's a lot of places that we may have to come back and find serious support, you know, like, and it's really low. This is like 30 cent down here, and then I think this one's pretty close to where it needs to be. It's at like 36 to 38. So it'd be very simple to assume this is just going to run and keep going parabolic, but that's like a given. If it holds at 38 and it breaks over the top, I don't really think you should like overthink it. If it can go, it can go. But, you know, we'd have to watch RSI and stuff. But I think at this point, it's easier to imagine it coming back down. And where does it go? Well, frankly, I mean, it can go back to like 30 cent. You know, it's got a pretty steep drop here, potential. So you could do the same thing that we did on the other penny stock that we just looked at, where you illustrate it with some line work. And that's probably where it is here. So this is like the emerging trend when it started coming out of the bottom. Notice that I do occasionally will draw like the very, very lowest, which is down here. It's really low. I will occasionally draw that because if it's like steep enough, it may make sense to come back there. This one's basically going to be like a triple bottom if it comes back down there. It's really low. But I usually look at these ones first and then check the trends as they go up. So this is the last one. I think this is close enough that I'm just going to use that. So certainly looks like both of these are potential targets. One's right here. One's right here. So do these correlate to particular creeks? Well, this is where things get kind of tricky because for WTO, this busted through like everything. So for this one, I don't know if the entry is great, but I think what happened, I'm going to test this idea that that's where it's going, okay? Yeah, it might be because that's a pretty strong trend. That might be right. Not as strong there. Where's that halfway point? Right here? So if this is the bottom right there and this is the top, halfway would be right there. Yeah, it puts it into a different perspective, because then it looks like this was attempts to kind of break down low, and it got bought up every time, bought up, back into the trend, back into the trend. This actually held the trend, and then it does a big double flush high, checking low beneath the trend again, just like it was there. I would think that this was sort of predicted in the idea that this had already created like another channel, which is a whole nother question in my brain. Like, what about that channel? What if that channel's right? Could be. So I might use that also here. Sure. So that makes sense of these two tops better from back here. Channels within channels. It is a thing. Yeah, and then that's the drop down. So there was a steeper channel here that could be where we're going there. So I'm going to use that line, but then I'm not going to use it again. I think the blue channel is actually better. So it's the full width from bottom to top here, and it matches really well with what we see at this junction right here. I think that's very, very important. When you have these, like, we call them shallow S-curves, they like dump down and break out, like, you know, they do their little cat ear things down, and then occasionally they'll come back out in a big reaction. If it's a good play, it'll do something like that. It generates a channel at some point, and that channel can be an easy indication of it's running or not running. Like, it should generate some kind of a channel in here. Even if it's like parabolic at the end, there should be like a channel line with those original tops and bottoms. That happened on AMC. It's there. It's a pretty simple channel. And it did break out. It would have given you a little bit of a later indication that it was going to break, but it wouldn't have been like horrible. It was essentially like that day it gapped up and then it started running. Like right when it started running, it pushed above that channel on AMC. So I think I might actually have it on my charts. This is close. This is close to it. This isn't quite right. It's like a little higher. It's like, I think it comes from here to here. Yeah, it's like right there. So like it broke out, it came back down, and then it ran again. That was the confirmation of the channel break. But what's interesting is that if you look at that as a channel, then it doesn't really look correct. It looks more like a wedge, right? That happens as well. I wouldn't worry too much about the nitty gritty of it. So yeah, so this to me looks like it's going up. It's checking all of the levels perhaps here, which is good because it hasn't done that yet, I don't think. And it still yields like that possibility from back here, so that is the middle. Yep. So one of the things I mentioned was that by not focusing on AMC 100% of the time or GME 100% of the time, that we're probably going to have a really small crowd in here, which is fine. I don't mind the smaller crowd. It gives us opportunity to like discuss things and like work things out better. When it's like hundreds of people, it's a lot harder to follow chat. We were averaging like 100, maybe 70 to 100 on good days, which is fine. Right, last 3 streams I've done, it's been like 30. So clearly, if you're not talking about AMC all the time, then you're not going to have as much viewership, but that's okay. If my goal was just to do AMC stuff all the time, I would be probably doing it to make a living off of YouTube, which has not ever really been my desire. So itching ears, I guess. Yeah, well, the good news about this, I suppose, is this looks like it did make a move to the top of that channel. And ultimately, this is the beginning of it right here. So I had mentioned this before because I think we looked at this as like an M that might have a reversal that's very similar to the way it came in. I'm not as confident that that is going to happen for something like this because I don't fully understand maybe the overall picture of this stock, like whether it's going to ever recover or not is a bigger question. But we had a lot of discussions about that early on because we were talking about there were some long-standing trends. Yeah, like here, it still looks like it's slightly off. I feel like it was a little steeper, but it's close enough to being like a liquidity trend right there. That was lost before the split happened. So I don't know if they announced the split and then it dumped as a result or what, or if the split was just a result of like the massive carnage. Yeah. So one positive here would be like this is the first time since September of 2024 that WTO even hit the top of this channel. It's a big deal. So that's a very positive sign. I would suggest that it would make sense. Excuse me. I would suggest that it would make sense to come back to 30 cents for a number of reasons. Because, like, one, it's a floor. We don't actually have a floor here. Like, there's no indication that a floor was ever hit on the way out. You guys are like, well, what about that? That's a floor. Well, yeah, and yes and no. I mean, is it possible, though, Booksy, it breaks out and then comes back down later? Sure. But, like, right now it's still within the channel. It hasn't broken out yet. So it would be a likely place to see, like, a retracement to go back and try to find a floor. I think 30 cents would be a great floor because if it held that trend, again, you can kind of, like, build out sideways here and then rally back through. And there's a greater chance of longevity if you do something like that would actually hold the price long term in a rally here, building off of that. And it's been established as a 1, 2, 3, 4 bottom in the past, so it would be fine. I think it would make sense. I think this this 36 cents area, in my opinion, would be most likely representative of the next ceiling if it drops. So that would be used as a ceiling, just like it was back here. See if we can go sideways. If that managed to hold, I would be pretty bullish about this overall. Like I would feel pretty confident that this could run. And I mean that in like the best possible way. Like I think it could really move. So yeah, because this should come back above 50, and then if it holds 50, that's like a 50-50 all the way up to maybe $1 even. I don't like this slide here, but like I don't know what to make of that exactly. It's just not really clear to me. Yeah, that seems about right though. Well, let's see if there's any indication that we would come to this top trend in the future. We've got one trajectory here that looks like February. That's already there. Let's see if we have any others that make sense. This one was kind of long lost. This might be a good one to consider, this one. Because this was a very strong trend. It has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it has a rejection off of it too. This is probably the best one to start with. So let's start with that one. Yeah, this one looks good to me. AMC is sitting at 407, just kind of waiting to see if it holds 4, if it breaks above 415. Until AMC breaks above 415, I'm not really going to focus too much on it because it's kind of a waste of our time to just stare at the chart day after day and talk about the same things if we're not making money on it. I think that's pretty strong. That one's a really good one. So that one would represent like a bull trend that never got checked. That's why I'm looking at that. So with that in consideration, not being 100% sure where this top is, we should probably define it better. Ooh, it's tricky. Let's go to this original bottom back here, way back in 2023. Yeah, that one to me looks like the best. This is a massive sign of weakness right there. Somebody wanted to dump that, and then they decided to take it up. Boom, and then they're going to take it back up. Get out of it. How do you know that? Well, easy in retrospect, because you can see that when it came back up, it tests that level again. Somebody screwed around with a position here on that weakness to test that trend. And they took it way up to dump it down. It's all money-making opportunity. So, yeah. I think that's correct. So I think that blue line looks right. You can see in the future, in 2024, it's interacted with right here. I think it's correct. This is where it tries to hold support, fails, rejects, and then drops off the face of the earth. And then there's a lower line here that's also rejected off this bottom that's established. But this doesn't have any past, really. That's great. There's just nothing there. So it's only relevant because of what happened here in August. Though it may end up being like a stopping point. So yeah, certainly I guess if it's squeezed straight up, maybe 68 cents makes sense. There's a drop here around 75. I mean, surely like that's something that matters, right? That seems pretty interestingly profound too, this guy. Interestingly profound, Booksy. I mean, isn't it though? So that's, it is. That's like where the ledge was, right here. We talked about this before. There's often like a triangulation to fill that gap. If that's where it was triangulating, then it's a strong triangulation. This goes to January. So WTO might be in a really good place going into the end of the month. So right now it's looking pretty good, this little spot right here. I'm not positive exactly on the date, but it looks pretty solid. You said what's next? Sero is back to 0.55. Did it run? I don't know. I don't remember even where I put that chart at. I have no idea. I think it was here maybe. It went really low. So I said if it broke down, I wouldn't be super confident. It's not looking great. I still don't really love it. I made a higher low here, which is good, I guess. It's all within the same day. But it's an ugly retracement. It's like a 7.5 retracement, I guess, or 7.86 retracement. Yeah, a lot of selling. So now I'd be looking at, I mean, I stopped out a lot of my positions, so like I'm not even like in a huge amount anymore. So I mean, there's that. But I'd be looking at a creek cross. Easy come, easy go, right? For things like this, when you take the initiative to trade it, you should think about trajectory and things like that. So you can see here that the 60.5 that's probably pretty close to the same trajectory up and down. The waveform looks about right. So what I'm thinking is from the bottom, use 60.5 is like over here somewhere. So I'm going to make it wider. That's 54. So it did jump its creek. It's trying, you can see right here, the RSI is coming over on the 6 minute. It's trying to cross up. Potentially a good run here if it can, again, it's not a head and shoulder, which I can't say for sure. It does look like it checked this creek. So this was a top, bottom. Oh gosh, what's going on here? My mouse is doing that thing again. Sometimes I don't know what it is. Like it's like TradingView makes the right click stick or something. I don't know why it does that. So yeah, if it holds, that's kind of the local creek. It's really small. It's on the daily. The bigger one is up above. It's at 60 cents. So still got to get back over 60 cents to see any kind of real momentum move. I don't know about this one. I kind of fudged it a little bit. I want to make it a little bit more local as well. So this one actually crossed back up. Yeah, that was right there on the intersection at 55. We'll see. This is a decent chance for it to rally. So if it can hold here at 60 cents, it might rally. Honestly, if it doesn't, I think it's probably going to try to go back and gap fill, unfortunately. And it's probably done, like really done. So RSI is still kind of tilted up. 6-minute RSI is a mixed bag, you know. I use this sometimes on AMC. It's not really the best for every stock under the sun. So I think momentum-wise, it could go right back to the top. At least something like that. Maybe 7 cents. Like I said, I don't see why it can't go up to 20 cents if it holds and breaks. But notice like back here, we're using this as an example. This doesn't have like a deep retracement before advancing again. So we're sitting more in a situation where we kind of made this big advancement and now we're kind of settling in. So I'm not sure if we're going to see it dump again and then rebound and have like a final rally and then kind of pitter out. It does seem possible. This retracement as well, very heavy volume, but it holds and then it rallies again. That's kind of what you want to see if you want to see it continue. So you want to see it like hold the support. So we're not there yet. We just came back down. Yeah, we don't know. It has to make a like a second bottom probably. So it just made like a single bottom here. It needs to kind of come back down and then hold like at 5.5, and then maybe it'll rally because that's the golden pocket. So a move up, M cross, hold, up, jump. That would jump the creek, and then you'd be good. Yep, up, yep, whoop. Yep, whoop. It's like, Booksy, what the heck are you talking about? You're not using numbers, you're just making noises. Whoop, whoop. Like some kind of like circus dude or something. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. It's funny, man. Yeah, that's the pocket. And you can see it right there, so it's looking fine. Excuse me. It's a deep retracement, but there was a massive push, so I'm not 100% sure this is going to go anywhere right now. I'm just looking at it, thinking about it. Yeah, I said like 50 cents to 60 cents. It's this region right here. I said if it came below this pocket, it probably dead. So it's not looking like awesome because it did dip below it. If this rallies and then comes down, it becomes like a head and shoulder, right? Because it had resistance here on the way up. That's what I'm saying. Is like it's a mixed bag because this technically could just be like a head and shoulder motion. You see how this was a resistance, and then it broke? So now you're beneath that resistance. Like if this were super strong, it wouldn't have even dropped that level. Like it should have held here and then maybe it could have pushed up from there. Instead it came below it. So right now it's a little bit of a game of what if, because it's not really in a position where it's coming through this with strength. I'm just trying to tell you straight. You know? Straight shooting. So right now, does it look like particularly strong? No, it kind of looks like it had a little bit of weakness in coming back through 57, right? But if it can hold a higher high here, and then it can make a higher low, excuse me, if it holds a higher low here, which it did, and then it held this creek, which it did, and it doesn't come back down through again, and it can make a higher low again. I think there's a chance that it crosses up and over. It's a decent chance. It's a rally move, so it's a rally play. So if it has that momentum swing, it might get there. So I'm not a big I'm not a big bull or bear in this situation. I think it's just reading the chart as it is. It looks a little bit bearish because of the deep pullback. It's a 786 retracement, which is fine. That looks good to me. But the from the floor to the top. But then the head and shoulder to me looks a little bit suspect, a little sus. I mean, it broke its creek, but it's a steep creek, And these are the kind of things that when you're trading, it's unfortunate because if you swing trade, it's really active and it can be kind of fun. This is highly active. It's not like waiting around for months on end for something to happen. But it does become sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was trying to make a line. I always think about it in terms of like levels, and I guess what I was about to say was that it becomes like a game of levels where you have certain levels that, by levels I mean like layers, maybe is a better way to put it, where this layer may look good and the next layer may not look good, and so on and so forth with time frame. And so one thing that's kind of interesting is it doesn't look like a wedge. It looks more like a channel. But when I zoom in, it is slightly narrowing. There's no way to make a perfect channel here. It's very much like a slight narrowing motion. So there's 1, 2, 3 hits on the bottom. And then it goes to the creek. Bounces off basically 0.5. Rallies a little bit. There's only 2 hits on the top. And I wonder if I use... there's like a hidden channel in here. It's essentially the same exact thing. So, okay. Well, it doesn't make a difference then. It's a channel. It just has some extensions, but I think it's a pretty simple to read channel. So, good news is during this channel down, the volume went to like nothing. Essentially dumped to like 0. So what I do is I look at volume in terms of the pattern. What we usually see, and I say we, but I'm just saying me, like specifically what I look for is like, where did the volume drop to 0? Almost 0. And then is that in line with what we see as like a cat ear? And if it is, then man, this was a crazy play. Look at that bar coding at the bottom. That's usually a good place to draw a line as well. I think I've already got it. I think it's this 655, but like I think I already was there. But the yeah, like you do a 50-50 on it and see if that matches. And that would be a 50% retracement back to the upside. Again, potential for some quick earning. And I think we're right. See how this marker right here, which is again like the 0.5 of that move. Actually, is that the 3.8? Man, I'm like way off on my game right now. This is the real reason you're no one's watching, folks, because you're talking nonsense. I think 6.5. This must be the 3.8, but I don't know. Maybe I've got it drawn upside down or something because I'm looking at it like it doesn't really make sense. That's not right. I don't care. So this level at like 7.1 is very important. So we can mark that off. It's this guy. And that's where the volume dropped to like nothing. So what that tells me is that's where the platform is, that was where the second dump initiates from. So like when the volume sinks to 0, that's usually where you see the cat ear. It's not always obvious on every chart, and sometimes you might have like 2 spots, ear 1, ear 2. But if you're wondering like, how do I identify those ears beyond just the shape of the price action, volume is a really helpful one. It does often play out very simply as a shrinking volume, and you get that in the middle of the S curve. So there's an S curve here. Why is that important? Well, if you're doing like a drop-in analysis, you would look at that initial drop and like, where did it drop from? I think it's here. Wouldn't normally count the top. I think it dropped from like, honestly, it's kind of where I bought in. It's like right there at like 9.1, right here, 9, maybe 90 down to 71. And then I check that along the S curve, and I see where that comes off the first. So that's down to the first ear, and then I look for the second ear, and it's down to the second ear, and you can see right there it matches. So we have a structure built. That's important. That's very important. And then this would be a potential place to rebound. Again, it's kind of a straightforward one in this case. I think you're looking at 6.1 and 7.1, and that's simple enough for the read. So those will be 2 pretty important levels to get above. And then if I'm being really bullish about it, which I'm going to try, and I think that this doesn't turn into a head and shoulder, but it does rebound. So it doesn't shoulder here, instead it breaks out and goes. Now I can use this information that I have about where that middle is to help me determine some other things, like trajectories forward, again, which it matters. I could look at this and suggest that, did it do like a 50-50 breakdown? And it kind of did. It's not perfect. Kind of did. Actually, no, it did. I'm sorry. It is like perfect. So that's good. It's really good. I'll check PGHL in a minute. Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. So I'm going to get rid of the fibs here because I already have that blue line. I know that's important. That's kind of a ceiling anyways for the shoulders. So we'll keep that. But this is very, very good. See how it went down and it crossed the 50% mark? When it's like that highly accurate, if it can manage to hold without making another low, I mean, that's really strong. Like, that's a really strong indication of a strong wave. So there's a decent to excellent chance even that this could come back up to that top again, even within the same day, back to these levels. At least back to 10 cents again, if it's going to do a secondary motion. But that's going to be the key in some ways to this wave. Because remember, waveform patterns, when they cross, it could be a bit tricky if you don't have a lot of information. Like, we don't have a ton of information here. We do have maybe the 50% here and then a previous top that we could cut through. But we ultimately don't have a lot else to go off of in terms of downward momentum. But upward momentum, we currently have this line, which is really solid. So it looks really good. So what I'm going to do is, I'm on the 1 minute. We need to zoom out a bit. This is way too close. What I'm going to do is check out, it's got to be that one. And it already did that, so if that's trajectory, I wonder if it built it off of here. see it. It's too small. This is right now like a really short-term move, so yeah. That's interesting. Maybe. Although if it is doing that, it looks kind of weak. This also pushed through, so maybe it's more like that. I don't know. Basically what I'm doing is like manually constructing a pitch fan. We've talked about this before. Like, I thought that in some ways I thought like, oh, I was doing something like really unique. But when you look at like the way pitch fans are developed and like built, it's pretty much the exact same thing. So it's not even that unique at all. You're unique, Booksy. You're very unique. Did you see that thing where Kermit was on Dancing with the Stars? Or not Dancing with the Stars, but the mask thing? It was like a puppet within a puppet. This world is crazy, man. We live in a crazy, crazy world. Some of you guys are like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Some of you are like, yep, I saw that. I don't watch that show, but I saw the thing from it. It was like, what? The Kermit? What are you doing? I feel like bad though at the same time because I think Kermit is less and less and less relevant. And some of you guys are like, no, Kermit can't be less relevant. Kermit is forever. Yeah, but he's kind of like not as popular anymore. Most kids know it because their parents liked it and they make them watch the movies. And the movies still stand up. They're fun movies. It's a puppet, so who cares, you know? May not look the best, but the moment they turn Kermit into a CGI frog is the moment I quit life, I think. I'll be done. Like, you can't do this to me. That's pretty severe. Reading rainbows, yeah. That guy's the Jeopardy host, right? Did he get the job? I don't know, people were like lobbying for him to be like the next Jeopardy guy or whatever. Lamar or something. Yeah, okay. So there's a lot of this is a weird chart, weird setup. There's a lot of different things going on here with this Sero thing. I think it's kind of tricky. I mean, it might be kind of a dead. It might end up being like a dead cat bounce here that just drops, and that kind of kills the play. There's not much to it, so I'm very like skeptical of it right now. We'll come back to it. We'll keep it on the radar, I guess, but MBOT set to announce closing of offering with news pending. Could see a spike soon. MBOT. All right, we'll check that out after PGHL. Prime Mega Group Holdings Limited. Man, you always see like these, you find these charts that are like super traumatic. Like what happened here? It went from like a huge squeeze to like a massive dump. It's like this huge 50-50 sling. I don't know what this is about, man. Is it like a bank? Like, what do they do? Holdings usually represent some kind of banking venture, but I got extended hours on this chart. So it's like a 50-50 sling, like pushing up in order to come back down hard. Weirdly, not a lot of, it's strange. It's a very strange chart. There's just not a lot of information here. Okay. I'm going to make a guess, and I think I'm right, but I'm going to make a guess here that this is some kind of a downtrend established that then was broken through that double flush. So this is like a classic case of distribution top. There it is. Yep. So what happened here is the double M. There was like a double M shape. There's a cat ear 1, 2. This is the second cat ear is usually like flat looking. And it's very common to have like an early sign of weakness that would tell you this is probably going to come back down. And we could find that maybe. But I'm most curious about this. It did go really, really far. But I think it did that in order to get ammunition to go really, really low. So I think the reason it came up so high is to come down really far. You can see that the established route here was already looking pretty low. So there was a bear trend here. This was a major push down. I may have looked at it in the past like this and said that I think this is where it ends up. Like if I didn't know where it was going before, I would have suggested this is probably the target, and it is one of them. It's one of those creeks. The reason I use this one is because it was the parallel. But honestly, it's like anything else. You know, you look at the cat ears on like GameStop or whatever, and you can see like early on there's this massive long-term distribution effort to sell off shares, to trade them and sell them, and then in the end it's an effort to drive the price down. So this guy right here is the more predictive one. So again, I would have looked at like resistance, then it has this big drop, like almost like it's testing something out, liquidity, and then it decides to run the cat ear. So you can see the paw and then ear 1, ear 2. And ear 2 could be thought of as an ear 1, ear 2 as well. We've talked about that before. So when you have like that major push, and then you're looking at like ear 1, ear 2, it usually looks like something like this, right? The thing is at the end, ear 2 often has like a final upthrust, and it usually just tries to go back above the top. So in this case, I would have said it would have come back above like 2150 or something, right? I would not have necessarily expected it to go as high as it did. And again, it's easier in retrospect to see why maybe that happened, to try to get like a drastic drop down, you know, around this level. It needs to pump up in order to come down low. So anyways, that's the defining features of this chart, just off the top of my head, looking at it. This is PGHL. And I think from this point forward, it becomes less relevant what happened up here. Like, I know there's a marking up here at like $18 or something. You might think, well, then it's going to go there, right? That's what happens. Booksy, it drops through and it's going to go. I mean, it might, but those are big, big moves. And a lot of times it takes a long time to get to that point where it's ready to go. Like, you have to build out a cause first. This was built out for a long time. And this was a cause to the downside. And then it has this massive move. the expectation that it would just kind of rally back up isn't quite accurate. Like we could do a series of analyses on this to try to determine where that might be. I mean, it could be as early as coming up in January, right? Like this, you could read this as like a wave that's going to turn back around and rally back up. Or it could be, out here in May or March or something. March, April, May. So I'm not really looking for that because I think that's a bit out there. I would probably look at something like on balance volume to see if we can get an idea of, I don't want to compare this, add an indicator. What's going on behind the scenes? Right, so massive dump here, very strange. It's kind of jumping a creek, I guess. It doesn't really give me anything else though. It just looks like the price action. So there's a bit of an issue there. Yeah. Well, without knowing anything else, I would suggest that that's probably sitting on the creek right now. It's built it out so that that's like the floor as well, which is good. Makes it easier. It's right there. It looks like the floor. In terms of downside, very simple to just drop a line and suggest that that's probably where it goes if it goes down. It goes down to like 60 cents. It's obviously like a disconnect, it'd be like a continuous drop type deal. For upside, what we're going to do is look at two lines. One's the current trend and one is like bottom to top kind of stuff. Right. So potential that there's an attempt to come back to 240 within the next couple weeks or so. Although I don't really like pivots very much, as you guys are well aware. Pivots sometimes don't work out. They could represent like a bottom of a wave. This could be like the low point of a wave, and it looks like it kind of looks like they're at the same point, doesn't it? I think that's more than likely intentional. So these are your trajectory targets for bear side and bull side. Yeah, I'm going to suggest it's the same. And it's essentially like 50-50 around the current middle at 130. So which is it? Is it bearish or is it bullish? Again, that doesn't really give you the answer. We're just trying to build the chart first to understand where it might be going. So I'm thinking that what's happening is that there's an attempt to range it right here. It's a little off, but I think because that's so steep. Maybe ignoring this now would be prudent and using the bottom instead. Here to here. It brings it a lot closer, so it's like right there now. It's not like a perfect 50-50 anymore. But I do wonder, because it might adjust. Yeah. Now it's adjusted for the middle better, as you can see. So, yeah. Now it makes it seem like it should be dropping off a cliff, which also doesn't feel quite right. There'd have to be like a breach of a lot of levels. So I don't think that every single time a stock makes a trajectory that it's going to get there. or that it's got to go there. That's not something that, that's just not how it works. But usually, if, for example, if bears have like an objective in mind, there might be an effort to, like, for example, if somebody has like a huge amount of puts or something at a particular level, it would make perfect sense to suggest that anytime the stock starts selling down, they're trying to trap it into a particular trajectory to the downside, especially if it's like algorithmic trading, which would be very mechanical, that there'd be continuous attempts to drive the price towards that date and time, the date and the price rather. So like I think about those things a lot because I'm thinking about like, well, if it's there, it's there. We don't have to like overthink that. This to me is clearly here. I don't want to question it. Like it's super obviously right there at this point. But I also think that 74 cents is, it would have to be like imminent. It would be like tomorrow, right? And I'm looking at this like how would that happen? You know, I don't know. It'd have to be some kind of massive, maybe an upthrust followed by like a massive drop. The cat ear broke down, but there's no like trigger here to say that it just drops all of a sudden. That would be strange. So for me to sit here and be like, oh yeah, it's going to go down here and then rally up to here, it's kind of like, meh. Like, I don't know why you would think that. So just like on the upside, where we sometimes talk about like that could be a pivot, it could be a pivot point. It may not be that it ever gets to that target. So I think there was an effort to drive the price down to like 77 cents. We might find that that's like some kind of fib extension or something. Certainly, you know, with RSI where it is, you could see how that might be possible to have like a massive drop, but that's a really huge distance to travel. And currently it's sitting on a floor. So what I think this might represent better is, again, just where that level is in terms of like the middle. And I think we've got that pretty accurately correct. So we knew that that was likely like the floor right there. So really just talking about waveform kind of stuff. So then to the upside, if this became oversold, PGHL might be in a really good place to break out suddenly to the upside going into next week, potentially, because right now, if it can manage to hold this, it should be like a 6-2 move. I've got a couple of you guys that asked about things. I'm going to look at them in a minute. Okay, so the 6-2 retrace is back up to that dotted line that we drew, which was one of the first things we looked at. So let's take a look. If this pushes up, let's say it breaks out on this pivot here, the expectation is only like $1.73, which is fine. It makes sense to me. It's sort of like a halfway point of this sell-off from 3 to 130. No, it's not. That's the liquid center. Well, this doesn't look right. This looks really wonky. I can't tell what that is. We're going to go a little bit smaller. That doesn't look right. 173 is not even close to what I just said. It's like this level over here, but it's like the second ear. We talk about those drop-off points, 1 and then 2. It's that second ear. GME's up. It's green now. AMC's at 4.09. It's rising very, very slowly. Yeah, there's no push over the top. So one of the things I'm kind of looking at is like when you have a bottom and you come in. So look here. See how this is like lower on December 5th than it was on November 27th. So it pushed high and then it fails to make a higher low. Instead, it makes a lower low. That's called a sign of weakness. So then the next action is a distribution that then drives it down. It's essentially like a 50-50 through that line. I mean, it really does go like all the way down to it and then another 100% through there, right? And then when we're coming back out, we're like weekly coming back out. We're not really holding it super strong even right now. It's like so-so. So like normally if I saw something like this and it did this little bit of a weakness and then it failed to come up higher, yeah, your expectation is it's probably going to dump through it. If it comes back up and it doesn't make a higher high immediately, then it's only one of two things. So like, if for example, this were really bullish, here's a bullish example. This could have come up, it could still drop through, but it would come up and make a higher high and then a higher low, or it would at the very least hold that level, right? And that could be a really bullish turn. That's a signal that like it jumped a creek here, like a little imaginary creek, and it held a level. And we know that from experience that that's true, and it's usually the best possible. This is like the best possible setup to trade, by the way. When I'm doing swing trading and stuff, I see something like this, I tend to get really, really jazzed, because if I see it push up and then make that bottom right here, and then it starts advancing and it breaks the local creek, that's like one of the best possible bottom setups, especially if you have evidence like on a bigger picture that it's gonna, like this is a channel bottom, for example, that it's gonna go back to the top of the channel. If it makes this kind of a move and it holds strong, there's low volume here and it holds and then it breaks out of like a second creek, like that is probably like my favorite potential bottom. Like I don't think I've ever traded that and not seen really good results. Like that's where the trade happens right here. It's a little risk on because it could do a number of things, obviously, any point, you know, that's just the nature of it. But I think it's like one of the easiest to trade things. So if you guys find bottoms like this, like call them out, because these type of bottoms are super, super, super strong. It's one of the easiest things to trade in the market, in my opinion. Especially, again, if you have evidence that it's going to go back up anyways to the top. But the way this stands is this looks a little bit like more or less what happened to us for AMC, where you've got the weaker kind of push down. It didn't follow through. Starts looking like that stiletto, right? And then the next action is a creek jump, but it doesn't make, or it's like a perceived creek jump, but it doesn't make a new high. So this is a bit different, because what you've done is you've now created like a sandwich. So you have like the original creek, right? And now you have a new top, but it's not higher. So you're creating like an elevated creek, but it's not ultimately broken out. So it doesn't have that same resistance break, which is indicative of what? A change of direction. Because the thing that defines these two differently is that this really indicates a change of direction. Like you're now generating like a new trend, right? Whereas this does not indicate a change of the direction. Like this is still down. So the tricky thing about this, and what I don't like about this kind of setup, is that you don't know for sure. You just can't know for sure. This could be a couple different things, right? This is a lot more certain. There's certainly like a lot more promise, in my opinion. Looking at this, I'm like, yeah, that's a really positive trade. It's already changed direction. It's holding the change of direction. It's holding the floor. It just needs to break out and start making higher highs, and it's a buy, easy buy, right? Whereas this one is not, because this has not yet changed direction. And unfortunately, what this leads me to is the whole question of like cattier stuff. And I know this is where people get like tuned out on me, because they're like, man, you talk about this all the time. Well, I do, because it's very relevant. Like when it gets to this situation, if it doesn't make a higher high, there's really no way of knowing that this is going to advance or drop. You just have to kind of play it by ear. It could be easily like this kind of a setup, right? Because this could be a double M cross to the upside, like 1, 2, you know, or even worse, something like this where it's breaking down and this doesn't advance again. This is usually what it looks like, sorry, because usually that first push does push low through that as well. So the tricky thing is like this could easily set up that way. We'd have no way of real knowing unless we see the confirmation, because this could push up and it could look like it's running and go up to $2. Maybe it's a good short-term trade, but then it could easily just dump right back down and head to like 65 cents and you're screwed, right? And then even further, you don't know for a fact this is turning. It's trying to, but it hasn't made it hasn't actually made a uptrend yet because it hasn't pushed resistance. It's still holding on to its supply. It's very possible this becomes like a much greater S-curve. It could be a massive double M 1, 2, 1, 2 with a huge drop. I mean, this could be a halfway point for an S-curve for all we know. Doesn't have to be. I think that this is the key, which is the bottom trend. Usually if it's a shallow S-curve, I'm going to make it purplish. This purplish trend would hold. It would drop low again and make a new low, but it would ultimately like hold like right around here and then go back up. That's where you'd have like a big reaction. So in this situation, like because it didn't make a higher low or a higher high, you're waiting to see if this is like let's just call it like a stair step, right? So this is like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it going to make a 5 essentially and try to like get a leg up? And does that 5 ultimately make its way over the top? Well, we know that the bulls already, just by glancing at this basically, that this was a pretty simple, straightforward attempt to try to drive the price back up to 250. And then it ultimately is taking a break. It could end up breaking down, could end up going again, but it's taking a break. It's going sideways. RSI is coming down. It's going back to retest the floor. I feel more bullish than bearish right now about it, even though there's this crazy like trajectory low, because to me, it looks like it's holding pretty well. It looks like a descending triangle. I like that pattern better than I like, anything else, I guess. It's got the volume drop off on the descending triangle. It looks like a backup that's just backing up to retest this creek here and the bottom support. I think it looks decent. As long as this holds, I think this is a very good, very, very good possible trade for another leg up from like 130s, especially if it breaks above like 140, it'd be this top right here, 152. I think that's a decent chance that it's going to rally, and go up again. And then you're just looking at the cross. I think this is where things get a little bit dicey because while I am bullish on it, I'm like concerned that it would get kind of hung up. It could be like, again, we don't have the confirmation because it didn't make the higher high that it's actually going to turn around. Instead, we're kind of flattening out on the previous bottom. So in this particular situation, it's really flattening out quite a bit. How would this break to the upside look? If this is like a break to the downside, it's not that different. It's pretty much the same exact thing. You would just have it's almost the same exact thing. So if this was just a sign of weakness in order to kind of drive the price back down to a low, and it doesn't make a higher high, but it does, I messed up where this was. Hang on. Wanted it to be kind of like the same level. If this can make a higher high here and it start advancing, it could be a head fake, yes. That's still a possibility. Oftentimes this will come up above, right, and try. But if it holds there, then it becomes a very good chance that this is actually going to continue again. This is just an M cross to the upside, in which case you've jumped both of these creeks, right? Like that's what should have happened anyways in a bullish example. The expectation would be that you would leap over both of these creeks, right? And that's ultimately like where you're going to find strength. It should be like close to the same area, like right here. So on the previous top, essentially. And they're almost always built out in a way that makes sense. Of course, this isn't done. It did make a higher high here, but it did not make a higher high than the top. And I don't necessarily think it would on this first push. Usually there's like another one, and then it'd have to be some kind of like an SOS. It's a lot, right? It is a lot. So for now, like I would just read it as a wedge that has potential for strength. It's sitting on a previous floor. If it can't hold this floor and it starts dumping, I don't know what to do except just not get into it. I wouldn't even enter it. If it has a dump and then a reverse, that's a good chance it's going to be a really strong reversal. But at the end of the day, we're really talking about sort of top to bottom here, this being roughly at the halfway point right there. Yeah, we're really talking about this length move. It's pretty well structured, actually. This setup is right there. So that's really the best trade, I guess. It's like 26% or something. Yeah, it's like 37%. I did it upside down. Yeah, it's like a 37% move potentially to the upside. With room for error. I mean, you'd have to take a look at this as a possible stopping place. This would be a good middle ground area. And then also, which makes sense, usually there's like something projecting towards the middle, and there is. This is a wave up, an M cross, and then break down. So that's another trajectory. That would be like a middle trajectory, and then you'd look at this as like an up, breakdown, up, top trajectory. And that leads you back to the top. So I think there's a possibility here, if it holds, that you're going to get 160 fairly easily, and then maybe it pushes to like 190s. And then best case scenario, this is like a much larger build out. It should have built into it from wherever the breakout is, wherever that zone is. It might be a little bit higher, like right here. Because we were saying like comes above each of these steps. This would be the middle. Yeah, there should be a pretty easy stair step path. There usually is. Yeah, from the breakout to 50, 50, 50 all the way up to the higher trajectory. But none of those are confirmed, right? Until they're confirmed. So you just watch level to level. I don't know exactly what that would look like, 100%, you know. The only other thing I can do right now on this chart, and I've kind of worked it quite a bit, is yeah, maybe look at like the 50% mark and see if we can get it. Yeah, I mean, it looks right. So right where it's at right now, for example, notice that that's right on the cross here of like the 50% retracement on a wave. So we were talking about that waveform on like Sero a minute ago. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's about right. So it's come as low, if this is the bottom, it's come as low as it needs to go, around 130. And that would be considered like a 50-50, like coming across the wave. This is where the trend was, it dropped the trend. So now we've got some potential for upside. I do see a divergence here on the short term. So I don't think this is a bad play. I think there's a good chance that it's not bearish and that it's pretty bullish. And it's going to take the more bullish route here. I think there's a decent chance it's going to pop from 130 at least up to 160. So it's not the hugest of plays, but that's a 20%, 22% trade. So that's not bad. Yeah, I suppose if you were like, well, that's not bad, but it's not great. What would like the more bullish outlook would be like a 50% here, and a 50% here, and then a bigger 50% here. And each of these would get wider and wider, and it's basically just like a widening towards the top. So that's kind of like best case scenario. Is it would just have like a leg up, leg up, leg up, each time getting wider. That's something that I would consider a possibility, though I wouldn't say that it has to happen. Maybe more like this. Because usually by the end, it ends up being kind of straight up. This would be like the trajectory, not the actual trend. So your first move might be kind of violent, and who knows, again, it could be this thing where it dumps low first, but assuming it doesn't, this first move would be like an early cross on like 30-minute, then probably end up being like an hour. And then this one's going to be probably the worst, take the longest. Yeah. That's not impossible. I just think it's it's not something I'd be ready to invest in unless it breaks out here. So yeah, very decent chance for 160. Everything else, so-so. Like, we'll see. We'd have to wait and see. Usually the suggestion is like the third time it hits the bottom. I can't really tell on this chart if I even have this line drawn right. Like technically this could be the first hit over here, in which case this actually may come lower. You know, like it has a lot of room. It could come down to like 120 instead of 130, like 128 or something like that, 129. You see how all I did is shift the line up to here instead of where I had it before. So it's possible that this is not even done yet, like with downside, but from where it is, it looks pretty good. So even if it broke out, I'd be like, okay, it looks pretty good. Now each of these levels in succession would be wise. That's about right. It looks good. It's a very nice structure to it anyways. I mean, at the very least, it's got everything where it needs to be. I'm not like, hey, we should buy this right now. I feel like it's worth waiting just to see. Make sure you're avoiding like flushes or head fakes. But this looks really promising. This turn up here on the 30-minute looks really promising. So, yeah, if you're risk on, I'd say it's good to go with some stop losses in place. If you're risk off, I would suggest that you don't touch it unless it comes above like 140 and breaks out. So, MBOT was another one. So I've got some alerts here. So MBOT is another one that is a maybe trade. MBOT. So we have is American Truther says MBOT set to announce closing of offering with news pending. Could see a spike soon. All right. Well, it already had a spike, so that's January 3rd. So I mean, is it priced in already? That's my question. I think it might be, because that's a huge move. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Kind of looks like a danger zone type move. Like it's already made the move, so. Never say never, but I feel like at this point, if it rallied again, I'd be kind of surprised, and I wouldn't even really know where it's going to go. It's very distributive action here, like the push-ups with the low volume afterward. This looks almost bullish here, like it's trying to stay elevated. The rest of these are really weak, and there's a huge sign of weakness here, down to 48 cent. Yeah, because that's contesting like the previous trend there. So, you know, a lot of times what we see is that there's a target in mind, like low target in mind, and then the operators are testing the lows and they're taking it up to sell off. So there could be a desire here to drive the price back up one more time. Yeah, this one's tough. I think. See, I think it was already checked, so I don't feel like there's any need to go back up again. Like this already back tested to the top. It's a little bit like what we experienced on AMC in August of 2020 when we had already had like a massive distribution and then we had like that big S curve down, it made new lows and it does boil up and it comes up to the top again, but it doesn't do it in order to break out of anything. So this might already be out of a little bit of a trend, so that could be a bit different. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, it looks like it kind of tried to break out here. But we did the same thing in August of 2022. We pushed above the perceived trends and it looked like it was going to go and it chopped along it for a minute and then it dropped. It never made a higher high. It just came back to, frankly, the same kind of shelf area that this is at, like right in the middle of the ears. And it had a widening to the upside and then it dumped really low. So yeah, so like this is a widening here. And if it goes down again, it's going to be really ugly because it made that sign of weakness that was pretty low. It's just a gigantic double M. Like at the end of the day, if you can erase all the noise and just think about it in terms of like cat ears, you should be looking for the 1-2, 1-2. You should be looking for that creek cross. So that creek cross happens here. And then that gives you, whether you like it or not, that gives you a potential trajectory in the future. It doesn't have to be met. It doesn't have to be met. But the move itself, I mean, it's kind of clear, like that's where it came from. This break here of that one, that's the push on resistance. And then 2, it broke out. Now it's rallying. So to me, the M is kind of done. And yeah, and this looks like that too. It's got the 1 and then the big curved bottom. It just looks like it's primed to head back down to, I mean, it's a massive potential drop here. You could end up with a massive divergence when it's all said and done. But for the time being, I'm kind of like, I don't know. What would change my mind would be if, I guess, if it held kind of where it's at. It'd have to hold the advancement it just made. Maybe if it broke back up here above 430, then I'd be thinking, okay, it can maybe come up to like 680, something like that. Because the next level up is right around here. So I think in theory, that might be a trajectory in mind. But honestly, like, just as it stands, I don't like the chart. I could try to make an argument for bull side, but I don't think it's gonna. I don't think I can make it very strong. It'd be something like this, where it has to be like a big rally that goes back up again over a top. And you'd have to see like a push up and then a pullback that holds over threes. And that's about it. I don't see anything else you could possibly argue. Right now, it just looks like it popped above and it dropped back below the creek. So right now, it doesn't look particularly strong. That could change like overnight, you know? And when you look at RSI, for example, like I'm making a pretty strong assessment here that I think, I don't think it's going to go blah, 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 blah. Some of that's based on the fact that RSI already kind of hit these high notes that you would expect. So there would have been an expectation that this is going to cross up and over through the middle, basically. And to me, it sort of looks like it already did. It's going to be a little loose. Like right there. So that's the center mark. It looks like it's already there. And it's about as high as it was on the first M. Yeah, there's these exceptions where it's come from really, really low to really, really high, but that didn't happen here. It built up. So sure, there's a possibility it continues to run, but I'm going to say that I think it's Microbot Medical, whatever this is. I think it's already priced in. And you said there's news, but it just popped. So it makes me think that the news is being priced in presently. That's my opinion on it. It's just an opinion. Maybe it changes. Again, it could change overnight. Fubo is TV. Oh, geez. Yeah. Well, that seems pretty self-evident. So there was a breakout. Is it going to go any higher? You know, it could. If you take the steepest trajectory here, maybe it goes up to like $10. There's another one, though, that's a lot more mild, and I think it's already been met. And that's like right around here. So just looking at waveform. So this is kind of like what we just talked about. We just did one like this, where there was an apparent like middle zone that was set up. And it can generate like a 50-50 move. And I think that's what we're seeing here on this Fubo chart, just at a glance. So that middle trajectory is a trend that existed. So is the higher trend. I think both are legit. But the this one might be even lower. It's like this guy. It just depends on the way you do it. So sometimes I'll do it with this little dip in mind. Like AMC did this on its like big run up. It generates an uptrend and then it breaks it before it goes. And it's a weird one. So there's multiple trend lines at the bottom because you can use either one. This is like super low. So this one looks more like an interception down here. But if I use the same hook line, it comes a little bit higher. It's complicated. Which one do you use then? It's important to kind of note like where these come from. And then beyond that, I think you just want to look for bigger picture information. Because like, remember when a chart is turning like a downside, the whole idea of trajectory in this is that you're trying to identify the right ones to help you indicate where, if you did come back up, right, where would you maybe be on that future move? I know I'm building this out weird. I could have just used a sine wave, and I didn't. But you know that's why I use them. Is because sometimes you can get an indication of like, oh, there's a trajectory here. It may be pointing towards a future, right? Ice level, like we call it a trend going up, points towards a future top. That's really commonly works out with the waves because it's a mathematical principle, and you can see the momentum built. But we got to put it into context too, because this is not just in and of itself by itself January, to January, it's a lot bigger than that. It's a huge chart. So there's a huge amount of information going on here, and it kind of looks like a shrinking iteration when I just stare at it blankly. Yeah, it is. It's a shrinking iteration. So that also gives me a lot of information, because shrinking downward could be very positive. So what I mean by shrinking iteration is that when you look at this and you take this and you pull it back in, it did the same thing. It's a rinse repeat cycle. So it did the same thing almost in the exact same way here to here. So the two iterations would be, one starts here on this upthrust, one starts here on this upthrust, and that's where the iterations repeat. You can see the motion. Excuse me. So what you're looking for is a change of character. And so the expectation would be that on this side of that cat ear, that the iteration would have repeated again. This is really important to get this kind of idea down when you're trying to do stuff like this. I think this is probably the most useful way to use bars patterns anyways. So what I would look for is like a competent effort at trying to understand where the iteration is repeating. So in this case, what happened is it dropped down, and then this is like a back test here of that previous support, essentially. If I were looking at this in terms of like a wave, I might have put it higher up, like way up here. So let me see where that is. I think it's like the floor. Right there, yeah. So what we want to do is get an idea of like this whole pattern, because that's going to help us with the waves, seeing better like where on a macro picture we might be going if it did change character, and I think it did. I think it did because already you can tell this broke above this top, which didn't happen over here. So like I already know there's a change of character of some kind. I'm just going to try to help myself identify it better. So like, again, like where are we looking for? Well, this is where the hook, secondary part of the hook generated on the cat ear, and then that's where we end up testing. So there's one hook, a secondary hook generates right here. So it is a test of that area. This is interesting though, because it's kind of different. This doesn't seem to have the same appearance. It's almost like it's actually like here. So this is like a 1, 2 coming down, and this is just a 1. The 2 is really low. Yeah, I think that's about right. And then it did the same thing again. So after it creates that walk down, it does a walk down here, same way. We're going to come back to this in a second. I'm going to add these back on here, but I want to make sure I get this right first. I think we're correct in our thinking. I just want to make sure we do it right. This could be a really massive trade if it's set up correctly. So it's a big deal. So Fubo, so as it drops down, yeah, I think we picked the right markers, because that ends up being the liquid center right there. It's really, really good. That's what we want to see. So it is anchoring around a particular, it's a lower wave really. It's like building it out right here, and then it's compressing. And that's what was, I guess, happening here as well, but it built it out and then it compressed lower. This one did not compress lower. So the first sign of change was that it didn't come down when it came down here, which is the same, generally the same move, right? After the distribution, because we have 1 part, 2 part, 1 part, 2 part. It started the same, but then when it came down, it didn't actually make a higher or a lower low. So that would have been the first indication that this was potentially changing character and changing direction. And then it does the same thing. It goes up into a cat ear, just like it did here. It goes back and retests those same levels. So here we have the comparison of, there's the walk down. Should be right there as well. Yeah, it's kind of in the middle on this one, because it's like, it is doing it, but this doesn't ever quite reach it. So it's the same levels. It's like a 50% you can see between these different stair steps. And this is actually Another point of interest right there. So we've got these like 50/50s. Let's get rid of that because it's not really helping us. This is a really nice setup. I like this. See how it's like shrinking down? And when we're defining it, we're like making a case that it's shrinking based on the visualization of it. But then look at the confirmation here in this like reduction method. We're getting like a really clean reduction of like, this is like a smaller channel with the same 50/50 kind of setup. It's kind of amazing, right? So then the expectation would have been that this would have gone down again and done it again, but instead it does it higher. So now what we're going to do is look at what's the output, and I think we were on the right path. I think this is really what we're talking about when we talk about output. Ignoring the bottommost point, this is going to be tricky because we don't have every piece of information here, but this would have been the change again in iteration resulted in what? Well, it resulted in a retest here of this top, and that seems pretty clean. So we're going to keep that, and I'm not going to fiddle with it much. I'm just going to kind of keep it right there. So I think that's about right. So I think that's where you're going, right? In the bigger picture, if it can manage to continue that trend. But what was the ultimate goal here is another question. I don't know. Like, where is this in the grand scheme of things? It's kind of coming back to like a quarter system, almost like, and I'm worried about this massive gap, but it is huge amount of volume, so it could be a breakaway. So I'm like a quarter system for this Fubo chart. Well, let me ask you guys a question, because it's a brand new year. I just started restreaming again. I get that a lot of people probably haven't been like, well, he's not streaming, so I'm not gonna, check his channel out or whatever. But in the midst of all of this, I have to make decisions for myself too. And I don't know if it's gonna change. Maybe it'll change. But it seems like as I've been doing the streams, we've had less and less and less and less and less and less interest because we're not looking at AMC 100% of the time. We're not looking at GME 100% of the time. They're there. I've got the charts. Still haven't talked about some of the newer information that I kind of worked on yesterday. But we're just kind of in a waiting pattern. And if I were sitting here like pumping AMC nonstop, I think that the overall like, I don't know, man. Like, did I make myself into that? You guys tell me. Did I make myself into like, I'm one of the few people that's sitting here talking about AMC still? And therefore, like, if I stop, is it still going to be something that anyone's even interested in? Because I don't know if I want to stream if it's like, you guys are like, what? You don't care about me, Booksy? I care about you guys, but it doesn't really make sense for me to spend half a day or a day streaming if it's like 10 people and the information that you're getting isn't really what you want anyways. If it's something where it's like, hey man, I really just want to see AMC stuff, well, just be honest, because I have to then make a decision whether that's what I'm going to do or not, and I talked about that before. Like, there may come a time where I'm not talking about AMC all the time. And I'd heard people say to me that you're like, well, why is it now? When there's a big move coming up. I don't know yet, but I'd heard that a lot of people were like, well, I'll still keep going. Are you going to keep going? And I'm like, yeah, I'll keep going. But I got to be honest, like, if it's not, if it doesn't make sense for me to do it, I'm not going to do it. I got other things I can do that I need to do, And I don't need to do this in order to trade. Like, that's the other thing is like, a lot of this has been education based, and that's the way I've always treated it. But at the end of the day, like, I don't need to stream in order to trade, just like you don't need to stream in order to trade. There's no need for that. It's just kind of an extra thing. And frankly, like, sometimes it keeps me from being a better trader. I mean, not all the time, but sometimes. Like, I miss trades a lot because I'm talking about things or whatever, So I don't know, man. I might have to a lot to think about. We'll see what happens next week. I'm sure if AMC starts running, this place will get flooded with people again. But I'm not really interested in just being like the AMC guy forever and ever. I feel like that's been kind of evident, but maybe I haven't made myself clear. 31.67. I think this is going to be parallel. I'm very doubtful this ever goes to 600, so there's a problem. But it did use the same trajectory, so 31.35. What is that number again? 23.35. Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of disappointed. I don't know. I knew like it was going to dip quite a bit, but restarting, I guess, with a brand new audience would be tricky. We'd have to have like a better format maybe for it if we're going to just focus on trading and not just charting AMC 24/7. Most of the time, I think when I'm like kind of reading to your comments, I think most of the time when people see that kind of stuff, they think you've like given up on it. Like you don't think it's going to go anywhere or whatever. I don't really see it that way. I just see it as like a hamster wheel at some point. Like I don't have a crystal ball, and there's really no point in continually doing the same thing over and over again. If I'm getting like the same results, I've done it every different way I could possibly do it at this point. I have pretty strong confidence that it's going to be up by February 2026. I have decent confidence that we might see a first part of that move earlier this year. And yet, at the same time, you know, I've always kind of presented that, and we've still gone back and looked at the charts. We've still gone back, and you need to stop clawing me. Stop. Cat's digging his claws into me. You know, we've still gone back time over time to go through the same information, you know, so. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so if this reverse split is any indication, like of, ow! Don't do that, cat. Jeez, man. Try to pick him up, take him off my lap. He just like dug into me. That hurts, dude. Yeah. Guy's like, why are you being such a baby? I'm bleeding. That's why. I don't know what's wrong with my cat, but when you try to take him off, he like straight up digs into your flesh. The other cats don't do that. I don't know why he does that. He doesn't like being picked up off of a surface for some reason. Maybe I'll just try to move him next time with his bottom or something. Just push him off. Yeah, we'll look at it. We'll look at it. All right, so I'm getting information about this so that I can better understand maybe what to expect. I think like realistically, this should come from like the drop in. Yeah, that's about right. So where the first hook is down to the floor, and that should be like the turn. He like knocks stuff over too. Oh, you guys are talking about Roaring Kitty. Your stream volume has been really low the last couple of streams. That's interesting. I haven't changed anything. I'll check it out. But it should be around 18 decibels, which is what you want. I don't think you want it to be lower than that, because then it blows out people's headphones and junk. What I can do, I've probably been talking quieter too, so that's probably what's been going on. Yeah, I mean, I can't really crank it up much more. So I think I could add like a little bit of volume to it, but let me see if I can fix it. I wonder if I could do this and bump it up a bit. I'll bump it up by a decibel. If it gets too loud, just let me know. That's as much as I'm going to do right now, because I don't think that it's wise to jack it way up. It needs to be at a pretty low level. Otherwise, if I start speaking higher, it ends up blowing out the people that wear headphones or whatever, and you get the audio gain distortion. So if your volume is at like 50%, I should sound okay. If your volume is like way low, I'm not going to jack it up just because your volume's down. So I don't know if that's you, but yeah, I should sound pretty average at 50%. And then if you go up from there, it should sound much more like speaking level. But I did start talking closer to the mic as well. So that's another thing. It's not an omnidirectional mic. It's more of like a shotgun type mic. I mean, it has, I don't know what they call it, like a clover pattern type deal where you have like a wave in the middle and then the back. And usually that's the way you're supposed to talk. I usually don't have that problem. Maybe the mic itself got turned around a little bit. That's probably what happened. So the physical mic itself got like twisted as well. Add up. Yep. All right. So here's what I'm seeing. There's a couple patterns here that are worth mentioning. One is really obvious. Actually, all of these look really good. Like, it looks like it's been very, very strong. Was it 4-1? What was it? I can't remember. Yeah, 4-1. This looks like a really clean, like really, really clean shrinking. It looks like it's about to break out. I think if it gets above this level here and holds above 6, I think it could be pushing up really far. I wouldn't suggest it goes to like 800. That seems a bit ridiculous. I don't think that's going to happen. And there's also splits in here which kind of alter, yeah, which kind of alter the chart a bit. Maybe what would be more realistic would be to come from the bottom through this guy, like the midway point. It seems more realistic to me. All right, so like from an iterative standpoint, this is breaking out. Like it's already broken here, and it looks like it's breaking out again. It need to cross up from a wave standpoint. It need to cross this wave. So unfortunately, that could be instantaneous. That could be years from now. Like we really don't know. The nature of wave crosses like that are challenging. You can see what I mean, because if this were like a phase B or something like that, this could be up and then back down really low for a spring before it goes anywhere. So like I don't know for a fact it's going to go. That's not possible for me to know. It's a big breakaway gap. It did technically break above this. So I would suggest to you those that are interested in Fubo, I would suggest to you that Fubo is a really strong potential play right now. I can't quite get that right, so I'm just going to do it by eyeball. And I think, I haven't charted Doge yet. Yeah, I think this is a pretty decent estimate of where it may go if it waves back up. Let's take a look here. If I did it right, it should be right around 50%. And it is. So it's a good guess. That's like your 50% marker right there. So there's a macro wave here. Yeah, I'm thinking, just to be safe, on the safe side, I'm thinking this is like a halfway point. Like the move itself could be massive, but it's probably not going to go way beyond like 24. Without knowing, excuse me, man, dying. Without knowing the effects of this reverse split and how it might have affected the chart value in term, or the split, not reverse split, it does matter. It does. It changes some things. It's not always like bad. It's just, it would be something to think about because the values here may not be the same as they used to be, right? So the idea of this going back up to like 4,000 or 24,000 seem ridiculous. And that's frankly like where it was up here at 21,000. So I would have to kind of go and see what exactly that entailed. I'm not ready to do that yet, but I would say that this is fairly logical the way we're setting it up, and it is very, very, very consistent. These are parallel structures, these are smaller iterations, which tells me that if it manages to hold this break here around $5, again, it could take a minute. There's no telling that this is going to be like instantaneous or something. That's not really how it works. If it can hold around 550, there's a decent chance, even with how crazy overbought this is, and it is crazy overbought. The moving average will follow through really fast here. There's a decent chance if this can chill out for half a minute that it's going to possibly go back up to near like $25. Did Fubo get like bought by somebody or like added to a service, a streaming service or something? Because a lot of times that makes a big deal. Because like Hulu got added to Disney Plus, as did like ESPN Plus or whatever. So did Fubo get like added to something? Isn't Fubo like one of the freer ones? It's like free or something like that. I don't know. If it were added to like a streaming service, it could be a significant positive sign. And it looks like it's been doing really well. I mean, it's been beating estimations like for a long time now, a couple years. But it has a negative earnings ratio. I don't know, man. It looks really solid. So from a charting standpoint, Fubo is a definite possible winner here. I would suggest that even though this is like already run a lot, that you watch it carefully if you're thinking about investing in it, because there's a good chance it could run again. But I think that this is a difficult one for obvious reasons. Because from an iteration standpoint, here's what I'm thinking in the back of my head. But I'm not really saying it explicitly, I guess, is that since you don't really know if this crosses up and over, from an iteration standpoint, this could come down and that could be part of the iteration, and then you could have like a massive rally later that does do the same thing. I'm not seeing why that would be the case. You already got the cat ear and the drop, and I think this is already a cat ear and a drop. So I feel like it should be done. You shouldn't have to do like a whole nother thing. But AMC was a good lesson for us because when it started changing character, it did have an immediate change, but then it changed in other ways too. So if the resulting action is, oh, we're going to pop up to this purple line, but then we're going to dip all the way back down, right? Well, that could be the repeat action that you see on the next layer up, that you do get some kind of, or you pop up to this level or whatever, then come back down. That does happen, but maybe it happens later. So I would still treat this as if it's a range. I would still look at this and say, this has to be an SOS. There's a huge amount of space to back up here. So if it's an SOS, cool, but you could technically back like way up. I would suggest that maybe 50% is healthy. So like it shouldn't come below like 250 if it's healthy. That obviously puts it back beneath the greater breakout, which makes it look more like a head fake there. I wouldn't stress about it. That's a SOS with a backup. A regular SOS, it may not even come below 350 again, you know. So it's kind of a play it by ear scenario. It looks good, but I definitely could see why if it doesn't hold here immediately, that it comes back to either 340 or 240. And both of those levels would be likely places to find support if it's going to continue. Yeah, but if it's just squeezing, man, you're going to miss out. Well, yeah. I mean, if it just squeezes, it's probably, like I said, it's probably going to hit like 24. I think it'll go there. I genuinely think that's likely the target. Maybe more like 23 or something, but it seems about right. You know. Well, what are you going to do about that? I mean, you trade it or you don't. I don't know what to tell you. I would not trade it right now just on the basis of like, I don't know what the heck to expect next. I feel like it's made this massive move, which is great. And much like what we see with like AMC and stuff, you know, it could have some massive rally like left in it. Just keep going. I mean, it's a long time coming. This is a huge, huge potential bottom. I do think it'll come back to 24. I don't know about long term if this is the great entry point. Great entry point would have been down here at $1, you know. They merge with Disney. Well, if they merge with Disney, yeah, you know, that's a big deal. Did they merge with Disney? I don't know. Fubo News? Anybody? Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. They probably just run up to 24 then. Yeah, I mean, Clove is another one that people have been talking about Clove since the meme stock rally stuff began. It did run up in June of 2021. It has some weird history with this one, but I'm not going to get into that. I think you guys are like, what? What's wrong? Got beef? I think this is fairly straightforward. It looks like a spring, and then it just kind of takes off and goes back to the top. I don't see much of an SOS here. They would have been like right here at 170. So it's in what's called a phase D or phase E. It's like a markup phase. During a markup phase, Wyckoff doesn't apply unless it stops in a range to reaccumulate. So during a markup phase, you wouldn't necessarily sit here and talk about Wyckoff and blah, 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 like where is it at? It would be like, oh, it's in a markup, so you're waiting to see if it holds like a reaccumulation, for example, or a distribution. So you would start treating this as if it's a reaccumulation or a distribution. I can tell you right now, it's got the normal setup that would be expected for maybe that wave to rally back to the top at $6 if that's where you think it's going to go. It would make sense to me that there's a gap up here around 6. You know, it makes sense to me that might be in line or that floor right there. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty straightforward, but that's kind of what I'd see. And if it holds these localized supports and makes higher lows, it's possibly in a really good spot. This is one of those setups that could turn into a kind of a danger zone, you know, head and shoulder type deal. So you got to be careful. I mean, if it did something like this, more than likely it would do it like again, and you'd end up with like a head and shoulder type deal. potentially, or a breakout. It just depends on what happens at the end here. And that might be the setup, going into, you never know. That could be the setup going into this earnings in March. Would be just more of a choppy action. So to avoid maybe overthinking it, I would just watch, it seems about right. I would just watch the, it would be like that, maybe. Watch the creek and see if it holds, and see what happens going into earnings. Seems about right to me. You guys are like, that seems kind of long-winded. Yeah. You don't think it's just going to go straight up? It could. I'm just not like... To me, it's a matter of where's the buying climax, and then like how do you think that it approaches the buying climax? And most of the time when it does this kind of stuff and it starts creating like a symmetry, it just keeps going symmetrically. So like my expectation for Clove would be that symmetry is continued, and that you don't get a clear answer until much later, right? So the thought there being that perhaps we get this kind of breakout to the upside and then we come down into earnings, and that's sort of where I'd leave it for now. This is an attempt to break, and then this is either a break with a head fake that dumps, or it's successful and it rallies back above $5. If it were just to continue to go, then it's, again, pretty straightforward. You would expect there to be like a push up, back up, push up, back up, and then go. Right now, why do I think that's not necessarily what's going to happen? Well, mostly because it's already taken a breather and it's got the head and shoulder here already built out. I don't think it's necessarily going to do a huge head and shoulder that dumps or something. For me, it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of question. How quickly does it happen? It already broke the uptrend, so it's already out of its uptrend. So either you're going to get a rally that essentially just creates like a final little S curve that's really rapid, or you're going to build out a little longer and have a much more massive potential rally in like a greater S curve, right? Because remember, if this is a markup and this ends up becoming what I would call like an S curve or whatever, it potentially goes all the way back to like all-time highs, This could be back up at like $20 by middle of the year. I don't see why that's not possible. So certainly a trade to consider, but I would be mindful of where it is now and just take into consideration that there's not really like a guarantee either that this continues. If you're looking for a January push into the end of January, your best bet is to get back over 470. And I think you're likely going to bonk your head on $8 or thereabouts, and that might be it for now. I don't necessarily think that it's the end. It's just that's where it would probably stop, and then it would have some kind of a sell-off. And then you'd have to look at this as like a much wider, maybe a more narrow, or maybe the better word is narrow S-curve, like a steeper move. As opposed to like a sideways action that kind of consolidates into basically like a flag that then goes either way. Because what this would look like, I've got it drawn out like this is the creek. Yes, that is the creek. But what it would look like is at the end of this would be like a flag motion. This would end up being more like a flag here. Does that make sense? So it's not, the creek itself doesn't, it's not that it doesn't mean anything. It means something. I think it'd be really important. But I think that your overall motion here will then look like a big flag. And it'll either rally at the end or it'll head fake and then dump in the cat ear fashion. I mean, I don't know if I'd be particularly greedy about it right now. It's already had a massive markup, so huge moves. Yeah. If it distributed now, I would be a little bit concerned about it coming down. So if it does do the cat ear thing, this is just, again, later on. If it did the cat ear thing, I'd be concerned over time that it would try to get back to this area over time. It would take a while because they wouldn't just dump it straight down there. It would be like really boring. So you'd end up with like a drop and then a hook and then all kinds of like gunk. Sort of like what happened here at this top. It'd be very similar in regards to like, oh, it would walk down slow and then go sideways for a bit, yada, yada, yada. So yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly standing out here that looks overtly bearish. The daily RSI coming back down looks like it's been reset pretty well. May give you a strong case that, hey, I think it's going to come up into the end of January, not do what you're saying, Booksy. I'm just saying that you see how it hit the top here and it reacted slowly. I think that the second reaction might be a little faster. I think this could get overbought pretty quick. And that's where I don't know if it gets above like 450 or something. And then it could come down. And it's got some time to chew until March if they wanted to hold. They being like the institutions that may be trading it now may want to kind of chop it and see what else they can get from it. This is a good chart though. Like it looks good to me. I'm not as bearish here. I've been much more bullish because these markings on the way down that signify like that halfway zone usually play out pretty well if the chart has a good setup, and I think it does. So this ends up being like a good halfway point to chill out and then go because it was built up earlier, right? And some people are gonna be like, well, it's a head and shoulder or a cup and handle. Yeah, I mean it could be. This is a long-term play, so it could be a big cup and handle if it does this. That's why I'd be like, oh, that's not a huge deal. And it's a 50% retracement, sure. But it also could just be like simple, like just a trend, simple trend. It looks like GME's making a run for it. We waited long enough, something good happened. Any of you guys want coffee? I'll make some coffee. My fingers are cold. It's been really cold around my house. What are you talking about, Booksy? You can't make me coffee. I don't think I can pretend to make you coffee, though. All right, I'm going to come back and look at this Sero because I think it's a interesting play, and I'm interested to see if it breaks out here. I guess I deleted my drawing, but I think I had something along those same motions that it would need to come back up and over here and then hold support on the top and it looks like it's trying to. It made a lower low right there, but if it can jump this little creek, we should see an advancement to, that's interesting. We should see an advancement back up at least to 7 cents. I don't know if it's losing steam or if this is just like a LSPY. I'm a little nervous. It's a bit more of like an LSPY. It's just going to like pop and then dump. Is this creating like a widening? This is a weird chart, man. Oh, I see. It did break down there. Whatever. I feel like we're looking too micro at this, but you kind of have to because it's such a short-term thing. I feel like it's going to be like done tomorrow, so. I mean, this could turn really bad really fast. This could be like a massive pump before a dump, and you're just trying to generate like a middle here that's going to go below like 3 cents or something. I don't want to be like negative, but it could totally be like a dump still involved in this. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. Thanks, Booksy. It's so positive. I'm just saying, it's hard to say right now. I feel less confident about it. I just don't really know this chart very well. It's sitting right where it needs to sit, but this is also the same place that it would distribute, so it's kind of sandwiched again. I said that word earlier. I kind of think it's a good word, though, because if you're talking about whether or not you go up or down, being sandwiched between a supply and a demand point that's pretty narrow is actually really helpful. It makes it a little easier. I think if this can rally and do this, we might be in good shape. Picked out, what was it, 7-1? I'm going to pull this back further. Yeah. Yeah, GME getting a little bump. It needs, I mean, I talked about this earlier, very early in the stream, and just was yammering on about descriptive versus prescriptive. And I was saying, like, descriptively, this would just need to hold the support, and it did at 31.83. Now it's trying to advance again. You know that because it's pushing resistance over the top here, which was 33.49, and it's pushed up to 33.54. So it's trying to advance. The way I have it drawn out, you might say, oh, does it need to come down again? No. If it held this support, it held this support, you know. It doesn't have to come down again. I probably wouldn't really enjoy that if this ended up being like a double up thrust where it turns back down. I think that could be kind of negative. Because we were talking about the RSI needing to cross back up and over, and it did. So far, so good. I mean, GME is looking pretty strong. I do think it's very possible this could rally again up to about 37. May hit like 35 and stumble, but I think it'll go all the way if it can manage this push. 35 to 37. And AMC, not spent a whole lot of time on it today. Mostly because I didn't really have much I wanted to say about it. There was a new chart that I want to talk about. It's this thing right here. It's really interesting. Hopefully you guys will stick around for it. I'm going to take a quick coffee break, make some coffee. But for now, I would just suggest that it needs to get back over 415. We haven't done that yet. So I've really broken down all my charts. All my charts are really basic right now compared to what they used to be. I took away a lot of things in order to make it simpler for myself. And I kept certain things that I thought were interesting that I knew that I had, well, I found this or that, and I didn't want to just dump it, throw it out the window. There was a lot of noise on a lot of my charts for various reasons. So most of them are the same. You see there's really key levels around 450. 457 is the old spring level from 2021. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, nobody's surprised. Hopefully you're not surprised. Valuation wise, okay, if you look at it from the perspective of value and the way that we did the chart shift, I'm very, very convinced that I did it pretty much right. Like, I know that I've gotten some things wrong before. Obviously, like, we don't know that really matters that much anyways. But I went back and I did some more stuff with it yesterday, and I'm like really pretty confident at this point because it would not have worked if I didn't do it right. So there were people in my Discord who seemed to disagree with me about they didn't outright say I disagree with you, but they were putting other figures and facts up that did not agree with me. So I assume that there's a couple people that were like, no, that's not the shift value. Normally I wouldn't be like, I'm definitely right, you're wrong or something, because that's not really right. That's not a good way to look at academics or anything. I would be like, maybe I'm right, maybe they're right. But I'm feeling more and more confident that I got it right because yesterday I went through and did a new chart that it would not have worked if I did it wrong. And it was a really painstaking process. I wish that it yielded more results. Because you'll be like, oh, It's not that interesting at the end, but it is a really interesting process that I took to get this. I'll just give you the really brief, and then I'm going to go make a quick cup of coffee for myself, maybe get a bite to eat. This setup here, right? We talked about the shift value. What I did is I went back and I reconstructed the shift value. It's not different. It's not different than what I already had. So don't flip out and be like, oh, he changed it again. No, I didn't change anything. It's the same chart. Okay, it's right here. I'm going to add it back. So what this represents, just to clarify real quickly, is it represents the level of value. That doesn't represent the current value necessarily, because you have to go back to that level of value and then convert it backwards. But it's proportionally where it should be according to the value. Now you might say, if that's the case, why is it where it is? If you think this is where it should be, this is why it's a really hard thing to explain. And the best way I can describe it is, if you were to take the value of the chart and compare it to the original value before the big run up, well, I would just say before ape, right? Before the creation of ape, before the two splits, the little tiny split and the other split, before those things happened, before you had dilution, before you had all that other stuff, if you go back and look at the valuation, what was AMC worth per share, essentially, this is the more accurate chart of what its worth should be. And it's also evidenced in their documentation in saying that their value, the value of the chart should be at like 1080, which is really bizarre, right? Like that's their estimated value. It has to do with that, okay? It has to do with the valuation according to what it was originally. So if you don't understand that, what this looks like is, it looks like kind of like poppycock, like hogwash, like whatever you want to call it. It looks like nonsense because it doesn't really make sense. You'd be like, well, we should be here then. Why are we not there? We're not there because it's already part of the math. Like we are exactly where we're supposed to be. Don't get me wrong. So it's not that we should be here. That's not correct. It's that in valuation terms, compared to the original chart, we are there. Like right now, that is already where we are. And I found a lot of evidence for that anyways, the day that we did it, that we really worked through that math. This to me was like a huge, like, yeah, I think I was right kind of moment. Because what I did is I went back and I looked at the gap levels. So I took the gap levels into consideration and compared them to the original gap levels. I noticed that they weren't the same, but then something really stood out to me, which was that there were creeks and other levels that were being kind of dropped and popped in the I don't even know what you call it, like the middle emergence of this thing. So there's a day here that doesn't make any sense. And I noted that I didn't really use this before. I didn't really pay attention to it. So there's a day on August 23rd, right? And then August 24th. And August 23rd has a 17-5. And it's a weird number. And it has to do with the conversion of APE to AMC. And then the split is actually when they took the shares and, did the reverse split in order to change the value, because it's like crazy, right? It would have been like crazy low or whatever it was, because they're dividing by billions of shares now instead of 500,000 or 500 million. And so it was like 3x, right? What it was before in terms of the share count, roughly, okay? When I went back and I did the ratio stuff, I looked at all those things, and what I assumed was that the gap that was created on the day of the split is the most important gap. That the gap before that, and there is a gap before that, and that's what's interesting, it got filled. There's a weird little space here on that day, and then they specifically, like the operators, because I don't know who else could have done it, right? They hold it at 1950 that floor. It's in a specific spot when it converts, and then it gaps down a specific amount. There's another gap after that. So we've got like 4 gaps that span the course of like a few days here in September that are very, very important because they should define where the chart, quote unquote, should be in terms of value so that it's accurately valued, right? My argument has been for a little bit, and I would just say, like, again, why I was thinking this is reinforced is because essentially, like, this little bump that happened in September was almost a copy of the bump that happened in August. Like, it was just kind of recycling the same move and resetting it. That's not actually true, though. And I found out that that's not quite right. I just sort of assumed because it was so close that that was where it should be. In reality, the reality of this is much more complex. Like, this is actually an M cross right here that exists. It doesn't look like it exists because the chart is wonky as all get out, right? But it exists. And from that point forward, everything else is like spawned. And when you look at the price action according to those levels, this chart takes on a very different personality. I wouldn't say it's like it made a huge difference in terms of the outlook. That's not true. And I've already said why I think that's not true. But what's really then very, very interesting to me is that when you look at the correction that was made, weirdly enough, and this is what I think is really fascinating about this whole thing, okay? Because remember, this doesn't exist before here. Yes, you can see it on my chart. Like, you can see all this other nonsense because I'm just doing a simple formula. But really, like, its inception is right here on the day of. So on the day of, the first thing that happens is it drops down, right? I don't know how to describe this except this. The positioning, the best way to describe this is this. The positioning of the chart on those 2 split days, from a valuation standpoint, if they knew what was going to happen, if you knew what the valuation was supposed to be, quote unquote, and you had that number, your quantum computer or whatever algorithm you're running would know that it's trying to basically like reset. And what they're doing is, because we've talked about this, when you create that liquid gap, you're creating a shelf. So that's the shelf that you're trying to drop off of. They need to reset that marker to the same shelf spot, and they do. And what's amazing is I went back and I looked at the numbers, and I was like, okay, so what? They reset it, but it doesn't even look like it's right, Booksy. It looks like it's in the wrong spot. That's when I realized that, no, it's actually it's in the right spot because the 44.15 level and the 46.50 level are essentially like your center liquidity levels that are being met right here. That's exactly where they place it right before the split happens here. Again, valuation-wise, but this didn't actually exist yet. What's even crazier is then when you look, and this is going to possibly blow some minds, I guess, if you're a big math nerd like me, is when you look back at that valuation, this all right here, this huge dump that was taking place, I don't even know how I can possibly explain this other than to just to say, like, just to say it. I don't know how this is possible, right? But it's as if when it was announced and they knew it was going to happen, they immediately start putting into place where it's supposed to be in terms of this like future valuation. This drop down, you can see it on the chart. You see this drop down right here? This drop down and this hook bounce on the, I should say, creek. Meaning that like when I shifted it over, it's like the shift happened before the actual conversion, and it was like, we're going to have to get it back beneath this creek and set it up. So it's like as if your algorithm, as soon as it was like announced and they knew it was going to go through, they brought it to a particular place and then they start the conversion process here. And the conversion actually happens in some ways here to here. So this is so bizarre to me that it almost like hurt my brain because I was like looking at it like, how in the world would you have done that? But I kind of get it now. So, so the first dump that we have from 46 down to what's now what's now considered to be 2230. So the first dump we have from this first drop here from 4630 down to 2250 is actually bringing it back down to the 45. It's almost like doing it in reverse. Like you're basically just resetting the price, which means there's no valuation change. This is why it blew my mind, because they used it doesn't make any sense unless you understand what I'm talking about with valuation. But they used the time between the Judge Zern decision on August 11th. It makes some sense that you would do this, but I just don't know how you could. Like I would mentally not be able to do it myself unless, again, the program just fully understood it. Down to the split, that is the same value. It's like they're resetting the value. So by the time you get to the split, the value is already where it's supposed to be. And what's crazy is it's interacting with existing, like a chart that doesn't even exist yet. Like it's so bizarre. Like it's interacting with itself, but from the past. And you're like, that's stupid, Booksy. That could just be some random level here, like from the past. Yeah, but it just so happens that's also like the major creek. So they literally are dumping it through the creek that's right above it. You guys are like, what? Are you sure? Are you sure you're just not a crazy person? Because we already know you are. Look, I am a bit eccentric sometimes. I get it. I know that not everybody's nerding out with math like I am. But this particular push right here means so much more than just what I just said. If it pushed down like that in advance, that means that they were trying to go ahead and match what would become the new chart with existing trends that already existed. Now, part of me had already done this because I had already done it with these upper trend lines, the creek lines. This is where things get kind of crazy, right? So after that point in time, I'm like, all right, so let me assume that even if you don't fully understand it, Booksy, let's just assume you're right. And what this first move is actually getting prepared to reset the value. So there's no value change, even though it looks like there is. That's the kicker. There's actually no value change from August 11th through August 23rd. Like that 10-day window is just purely resetting the value. Well, I don't think it reset the value because my price dropped. Yes, but once that conversion happened, then it was actually worth the same amount in the past, right, as it was in the past. So like it would have been worth the same amount, which is very confusing. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, unless you understand what I'm talking about with the valuation thing. So from a value standpoint, this first move in preparation for the shift actually just resets the chart back to where it was. Then they drop it down and they do the same hooking motion, but this time it's used, right? You can see it. They're using like a similar level, although again, at this point now the valuation has shifted. They're using like the same levels that they used here, which is kind of amazing because it's like you're really interacting with the same zone you just interacted with. But instead of being on top, now you're on bottom. So instead of finding support here at 30.82, now you're dropping from 30.82, or the equivalent value of that, what that means, right, for AMC, would not be 30.82. It would be some past value back when the chart used to be a low of 292, right? Crazy. Okay? So like I did all that and I was like, wow, well, that means that those existing trend lines could still be used, which means that this particular creek, right, that there's more to it than what we had originally imagined, because there's not just one gap off of the opening value. There's actually a gap that existed before up here on July 24th. Now, some of you guys are going to be like, well, no, duh, it's still there. Yeah, but it's not there. It's actually like here, like down low. It's like at $23. How do you know? Where would you measure it to? How would you find that? Well, you would just use like the same markers that you would originally. You would just use them in reverse and back it upward. But this little in-between zone presents an interesting dilemma because there's a specific point in time, even in this in-between, that also doesn't exist. So I had said before, well, we reset the gap. So isn't the gap right here at 1950 on the day of the split at August 23rd? Yes and no. It is there, but timing-wise, there was actually a space between. There is still another motion here. This doesn't just get flattened to nothing. It can't be. If it gets flattened to nothing, then there's no trends, right? Like you can't just erase part of the chart and just go, it's gone, right? Well, in theory, it kind of is because your value is back to the same thing. But it's weird because it actually shifted from that point forward, the valuation back to the same value, went reset itself, right? By dropping it low. This is going to be the shift value essentially from here to here. That's like the 226% or whatever. And the reason for that is because the valuation was expected to hike to here. So then they drop it right back down to the same value and then start again. That's why the gaps basically match. It also matters because, of course, then the opening of the gap also matches the opening of the bottom here. So it's dropping beneath that floor again. So it goes and basically resets, does the same move. But the reason why you can't just eradicate that is because there's a space in between here. And for a trend, you can't just like erase that space. It doesn't work. One point here would be on August 23rd. The other point would actually be on August 14th. But it wouldn't be up here. It would be down here. Because again, the chart shift that I did only represents like the value from this point forward. But in reverse, you would take this down. So this value should be here. Now, which again, you're like, well, that's dumb, Booksy. Now you're just getting confused. You're like a senile old man who doesn't know what he's talking about. Look, I know it's confusing, but when I put the pieces in to see if that made any sense, guys, it just blew my mind. Like, it made perfect sense. So I went back and I was like, hey, all right, if that's true, then all of these interactions here with past and present, it's really bizarre. It's like time traveling or something. All these interactions with this top and these two pieces are these three pieces of information that we have here, here, and then here again. I'd have like three. And you're probably going to get a little lost when I'm talking about three because you're like, why do you even have two lines there? And it's complicated. That's a gap distance. That's the distance traveled from August 11th to, that's the true gap distance in some ways between August 11th and the valuation that happened on August 23rd. There is a slight change. It's really important because it's a slight change over time. So the change, if you want to like put it in like more simplistic terms, I guess, what you could do is you could like drop this and do like a squished version of the chart. And you could have something like this. And again, what's really silly is that it still interacts with itself, which doesn't even make sense to me. Like it's respecting the valuation of this is the creek value. Now in the future, which is going to be here, that's where the creek should be, right here in the future. What? That's what I'm saying. That's why it hurts my brain. So what I did is I took that and then I applied the principles of trajectory output. So what I did is I said, okay, if that's the case, then I should be able to draw trajectories from this point. So this is where things get really kind of weird. If you weren't already confused, this is the part that I was like, all right, how do I do this? So then I took trajectory points from this value and I made sure it was right. I locked it in and everything. It's like 2055 on the date of August 11th at 13:30, which is like military time. Okay? At least on my chart. I made sure it was right. I took that valuation and I played it forward. And what I did is I mapped out from that valuation, because again, that would be where the original gap was. Even though a lot of this other weird stuff happened, there should be some kind of a whatever there, right? There may even be more pieces of this, but I don't want to get into that just yet. I haven't gone that far yet. Like there might be another one that involves like this guy and this guy, but I haven't done that yet. Like the two distinct points between that, the time it was announced and the time of the conversion. So I took that backwards and I looked at trajectories forward to the bottom, to the support here at 285 on the 19th, and to the breakout zone. What's kind of bizarre, I suppose, is that the green line, which is the top line, actually represents a very accurate version of the trend. And this is what really got me, because I was like, well, that's kind of like the high trend, right? Like that's the top of the trend. It makes sense. It goes back all the way to these distinct points here, and this is where it's anchored. It's anchored on the bottom point, right, on August 23rd, and it's anchored at the top point here on November 6th. When you take that same concept, right, this is where you guys are going to be like, what? This is what got me. I was like, all right, I'm going to take the same thing. I'm going to apply it backwards here. When I did it on the reverse chart, this actually points to the top. So let me like say that one more time. It points to the top as if the top is still there. It points to that valuation that happened on that big pump going into Monday the 24th, which means it's essentially like a creek line. So I will highlight it for you so you can see what I'm talking about. This is the same line right here. So I've been very like, oh, you know, I think this is the shift value. I think it's right. When that to me is like probably one of the biggest confirmations that I could possibly have here, because in this regard, this would make perfect sense, because you'd have you would have to have like a reason. Why would that be where it is? It doesn't make any sense where it is. It's not quite in the right spot, right? We know it's like slightly off because this gap's at like 45.50. This gap's at like 44.12 or whatever, if you look at like the shifted values around. But it does make sense if you're thinking about in the future that that's where your valuation is going to be, that you would have a hit on these two lines, and you do. If you're trying to drop the value back to where you want it to go, you would have a hit on these two lines. And if you're planning on then later, right there and there, if you're planning on then later coming back, right, and respecting that as a major trajectory, you would respect it when the valuation gets back to this intersection, and it does right there. So the valuation is respected according to the top and the bottom, the resistance right here, and then the final support right before the big drop. That final support has two different things though, right, Booksy? Because there's a final support here and a final support here. There's two final supports. So which one is right? Well, I did both of them. And it turns out that both of them are correct. Like they both are at play here. So the other one that was done, pretty succinctly was this purple line. So that's the middle one. Okay. The purple line is the other support. So like this is the support that was made in preparation for, right? This is the support that was made in preparation for the split. The purple line is the support that was also made, right? That again got collapsed with the valuation change in some ways, but that still exists. Does this support then play into the bigger picture? Yes, it does. In the present time frame, this purple support runs through this chart. Like it is there, it is respected, heavily respected. And it ends up being like very significant because it comes to the bottom where the support is finally found. So the purple support is the original two tops. It's like the first top, which was the big up thrust that happened. We opened at like $6 or something random. Remember, it went to like 8 and then we opened at like 6. And then there's a cat ears. From that top to the second cat ear, this is that same marker, but with the valuation shift, it is respected. And it's used here as the anchor for where the bottom is, essentially where the floor ends up being after this big drop. This is the first place it finds major support and it pushes out. It's also interacted with repeatedly during that down thrust that happened here after earnings. It's met, there's a double bottom off of it. Excuse me, man. So I was going to get coffee, never got coffee, so I guess I could just drink some water. And it's interacted with here as well, as if it's going to be like important. Weirdly enough, it doesn't exist here, right? It only exists in the past. Like if you shift the past down, where it should, quote unquote, should be valuation-wise in relation to proportion. The same thing applies to the blue line. So what the blue line is the blue line represents the bottom. So this is kind of maybe the most controversial of the three, because this is me interpreting what I think would be the main trajectory line downward. So previously what I had done is I had used this as the beginning. I had used the reverse split as the beginning of the trajectory line. What that does is it makes the trajectory slightly steeper. Slightly steeper. And it's not completely wrong. It is correct to some degree because it does interact with it and it is steep like that. But instead of using that opening value or that closing value right before the reverse split, I decided I should use the closing value here, but shift it down and see what that does to the chart instead. I took all three of these, which would be all projections downward of like how this may interact with a creek, right? We all know these are like not all creek lines, not quite. Some of them act a little bit like a creek, and then they're broken, right? And eventually it walks out. All three are basically pinning the bottom. So these are the three most important ones because they define where the bottom is before the breakout. And ultimately they all play into the same thing. I took all three of those, and this is where I'm like, oh, like I had another oh moment of like, oh, this does matter. I took all three of these and I played it out from the bottom, because when we look at trajectories, we're looking at intro and outro trajectories. I know that the blue is probably the steepest, the most accurate in terms of trajectory, but it's not impossible that the channel trajectory, which is the green one, or that the original cat ear trajectory, which is the purple one, both of those are really important for the establishment of this trend that's being created. And this is all this time between August 10th through August 23rd is just getting you to that point. All three of those would be potential, like I would normally be using them. Like I would try to use the cat ears here. I'd try to use top to bottom here. So like all of them are valid. They could be used and they're all frankly relevant. So I use all three of them. And when I used all three of them, I was like, okay. So this is not anything particular. Like I said, it's not particularly like brand new in that it's not going to like change your mind about this or that, but it's certainly very interesting. The interactions that we have here on the bottom are really telling. I don't want to go into like the nitty gritty of it, but basically there's like strong interactions with almost all three of them except for the green, which is interesting because the green is like the least steep, but it's also the channel line. So you're like, well, where is it at, right? Why is it not being interacted with? I didn't question that. I'm not going to try to like force it to interact with it if it doesn't interact with it. It just doesn't, not much. It kind of dips low. It almost hits it. Really, all three of these are almost interacted with very well. So it's like, okay, whatever. That could just be a fib fan thing though, right, Booksy? Yeah, it could. But then this is the kicker, because I noticed that there was a slight symmetry to them. Like you can kind of see that the purple is like slightly closer to the blue than the green. And I'm like, well, maybe that doesn't matter too much. I don't know. But it does not falter when it comes back up to this weird interaction that we had. And this, again, is one of those moments where you're like, okay, I see. So normally, like, all three of those would be used, but I didn't have that. I was using, like, the anchors that already existed here. I wasn't using these past anchors. Hopefully I don't have to explain this to you, but I hope you can visually see it. If you can't visually see it, I don't know if I can help you very much, but this is a resistance here. This is a test that actually breaks through and then finds support on it again. here. So again, this is the blue line. If you forget what the blue line is, it's the line to the bottom from the original gap, not the second one. There's two values because there's two different dates. It's the same price, it's just it's slightly over to the side. So it creates a longer, wider reflection, okay? The second interaction is kind of interesting because this one is the purple. And at first I'm like, well, it doesn't look like it's super tight. It kind of misses it like slightly. And I would argue that maybe that's just user error, like me getting it slightly off, but it doesn't really matter. The point is like this comes above, interacts with it, and then comes below. Essentially equal amounts of these three. So it's testing like the top and the bottom of this like fan, right? And then you can see very clearly that the interaction here is rejecting, and then going back to the green, the interaction is a gap through it, like an equal parts gap around it, and then a rejection around it. Okay, so what have you actually proven here, Booksy? These are iterative. These were the iterative moves that were happening right before we saw a change of character in August. This is the shift from what we would be considered like the middle, right, of a wave. So this would be like the halfway point through a wave. But what does that prove? Well, it doesn't prove a lot until you start looking at the rebound, because when we talk about in and out trajectories, we're talking about projections of possible interaction with these spots in the future. The first couple times I did this, I thought it was really interesting. There were a lot of, because I've worked through it like 3 times on some of these to try to get them right. There was a lot of interaction that happened here on the December 6th pop, which I thought was really fascinating. It made me think, well, does that mean it just didn't happen? You know, and it's true. This interaction basically is like the December 9th area through December 16th. This is the earliest interaction that you have. It's the steepest trajectory, and it's the one that hits first, right? It almost looks like it could have happened, but that would have to have been like, oh, we're returning back to 20s like really early, right? That doesn't really line up with much else, and I never really had that early December. I don't recall having that anyways. I had a late December one. I didn't have an early December one. The second one here is, and they're all like, this is another thing that boggles my mind, is that when they hit this, they're almost all like equal parts. The second one is exactly where it should be, which is on this Friday the 17th. Like, again, I could have fudged it, I guess, to make it work however I wanted to, but that's not the case. This literally hits on the day of that options expiry on the 17th. It could just be a pivot, I know, but at that 2055, which would be, again, a full cycle here to here, right? And that's the date that we found that was very likely. So like, it's still like bizarre because you're like, well, dude, that's 10 days away. It ain't running all the way up there in 10 days. That ain't happening, so on and so forth. Yeah, I get it. Doubter's going to doubt, whatever. Could it happen? Yeah, I don't have any doubt it could happen. The same move happened here. It's like the same percentage. It is. Like here to here, here to here. It's the same percentage. It is. You don't think it is? Just do your measurements. And you'll find that, oh, hey, it's the same amount. Like, there it is right there. It can't happen, man. It can't happen. Well, it's happened before. It's the same exact flipping measurement right here. From, like, where it starts the bottom to where it ends. It's the same exact measurement. Okay? So don't tell me it can't happen. I don't want to hear it. It totally can happen. Whether it does happen or not, that's another question. But if we're going to sit here and say, like, it can't happen, I'm going to be like, yeah, no, I don't think so. Check, try again. It's the exact same measurement. Well, then it's going to happen, right? I don't know. It's the same move. I don't know why you would want to do exactly the same move, but you could. I did decide that it would be wise to try and drag through and use the other ideas that we have, which is one of them is a 50-50 shot around this particular top. I might have to use snapping because it's going to be hard to get this kind of right if I don't use snapping. So I decided I should probably check and see if that like 50-50 makes sense. See, this snapping tool is like all whack. And so what I did is I took it down from the top through the perceived bottom, which is like 387, and I used, I think, the second one. And my question in my brain is this even close to accurate? Like, could this possibly be like considered like an accurate bottom and a 50% cross over that center trajectory, right? If any of these trajectories work or work close enough, then you have pretty good evidence that this could even be, you know, highly accurate. So if you can't see it, this is actually the middle right here. Now you might note, like, that's not quite on any of them. And I would just say, yep, it's not. So is it wrong? Well, I don't put a lot of like perfection onto that. I don't throw that onto the shoulders of this 50-50 thing anyways. It just happens to be that sometimes it's very, very accurate. But if you were to say like, hey, the 50% could be anywhere from, as this is going down, you want it to travel across this length, right? And basically breach through here 50%, right? This is where you would select the middle. If this is the full retracement, it's not going to go down any lower than 387. Is this likely? Is it possible? Yeah, it is. Interestingly, based on time and time alone, if we took this out to where we are now presently, there's not really anywhere else to go. Like you can't go higher. Like the maximum here on the green line would have been earlier. So like based on time and time alone, there's not really anywhere lower, you know? It's kind of interesting. Like it would have to drop to like 380 Thursday, I guess. And like that's kind of the last place. And then it starts making higher highs really quickly. It goes right back up to like 384 and then so on and so forth. So I'm using like the anchor from the middle. So it's very interesting. So like the lowest you would see it going here is like 380. And that's if it's the green. And you would have to do that like by Thursday or Friday this week. Now that doesn't mean that it has to be the case that it's going to go up. So therefore this could be wrong. If it's not bearish and it's not bullish, then this obviously doesn't work anyways. But if it's bullish, then the farthest I can go, and I've got it on the 8th at 382, I think I could probably push it through. We know Thursday, I guess, is going to be closed. Yeah, I don't know. We could probably like maybe push it to like maybe 380 on Friday, and that's as far as I can go, which is really interesting because that's like now, right? I think it's really, really, really cool. So I looked at that and I was like, well, that's really good because there's no other, if any of these three are our middle trajectories here, and this is like the center of a wave, right? And we will find later that one of them probably is. Then it should be that you don't travel 50% beyond it at the angle, right? There's no other way to do it. So like I said, you can go backwards if you're like really like, well, that's not true, man. No, it's totally true. Like if this had gone down earlier, you can make it go really low, but this is like a fixed rise over run. So it's going to stair step up with it in order for that to ever be at the center mark. So you see how like if it takes longer, this just becomes wider. So based on like time, there's no other, like because of where we are, there's like no other low. Like this is essentially tomorrow and or the end of the week, and then it starts going back up again. Peon. So we've already come down to nearly the lowest that this box could possibly go, which is interesting because like I'm like, well, if the goal is to do like a 50-50 kind of retracement deal, you'd have to kind of make it happen in that way. It also ends up being very interesting that that's essentially creating like a junction for, again, the same exact move to happen here to here. So when I did the 387 thing, you're looking at it like, wow, that's pretty convenient that it ends up being like the same amount of time to travel that same distance. You think it can't happen. Well, it happened before, at least once. So impossible isn't a word here. You can't use it. You can be bearish as all get out. I already said that. Wasted memories. I said it's not open Thursday. I just said it in like half sentence kind of form. I said, yeah, but it's not Thursday because we're not open. It's still on the chart. They didn't take it off because it wasn't announced till like today or whatever. So when I look at this, I'm like, all right, where does this go if 387 is the bottom? And I did it yesterday, and I was like, let's just say it made the exact same move, which, is always nice. It's nice and appealing to think about a move up, retracement, move up. That's basically the same. Again, the measurements here are pretty tight. I didn't make it perfect, but this is 1942, I think, is what it says. Yeah, 1942. We know this went extended hours a lot further, but that is a pretty nice little, neat little channel, essentially. So if this ends up being the bottom, it's like a perfect channel line back up to the current gap fill. Now, 1950 is the original gap fill. Excuse me, 1950 is the current gap fill. 2055 would be like, quote unquote, the original one that happened on the 11th, as opposed to like the 23rd, which was here, or here, depending on how you want to look at it. So when I looked at this, I was like, well, that's interesting because it's the same level. You can make the same move. And you essentially hit perfectly that gap fill at 1950. At least for now, you've got pretty strong evidence that that could be the case. Timing-wise, this is where things get, a little bit iffy. But you would look at potentially like, where is that bottom at? And then I would take that, and I was, even if I were to say like, well, maybe that happens, Booksy, but it has to take the same amount of time. Like, okay. The latest here, if I put it over to that bottom, is January 30th. Well, that's convenient because they could kill all those options and then take it up. Guess what? Guess what happened in 2021, right? When it was about to go up, you know what I mean? Like, it was right around the same time. And it ran for about 20-something days, but it was like 28 days or something. But most of the run did not happen until after the expiration. And maybe there was to some degree, there were some differences there in terms of timing. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the dates. But you look at the dates here. This is January 16th right here. Like 15th and 16th is right here on the bottom. And then it runs from January 16th. Again, you say whatever you want to say about this not being possible, but that is the same move. Like, it's January 6th, 5th and 6th. I think it hits the bottom through January 29th. It's like 20-something days. And we look at our current time frame, and you guys are like, yeah, but it's not running right now. But it wasn't running on January 6th either. It had made a low back then on the 6th, and then it took time. It took like a week and a half to really build out, and then it took another week and a half to 2 weeks to run, right? And usually it takes like 9 to 12 trading days after it hits a bottom. That's been pretty accurate. Now, I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. You can't say that. But we did hit a low on December 31st. If AMC does not hit another low, it doesn't do this kind of spike and dump, which I've still got on my radar. I'm not like ignoring it. But it builds out and breaks out. There's really not any reason to think that it could not potentially be even faster, right, than what happened in January. Because technically, or earlier, I should say, because technically, again, that's like the same amount of time. So take it into consideration. Don't take any of this as like gospel truth necessarily, but just look at it from like an objective standpoint. Like, the ideas that this could not do something like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I've heard a lot of people saying, like, they kind of joke about it, or they say like, well, it's dumb to think it could go up like that. Yeah, there's been plenty of people that have said, oh, I think it could do this, I think it could do that. Okay, and it hasn't worked out. I get it. But I'm going to provide one more piece of evidence here. this is pretty interesting as well. So remember how we talked about the middle point? I just told you I did a trajectory outward. And you're like, well, yeah, that's why you got this date right here, right? Yeah, it is. It is how I got that date right there of the 17th. Because if you look at the trajectory in from the point of the original breakdown to the bottom here, and not the second one, but the original one, then it takes until the 17th, like right on the dot. All right? No arguments. That's where it is. If, however, you take into consideration the total move, you guys are going to like this one. This is pretty interesting to me. Hang on a second. If I can get this silly thing to work correctly. It's not wanting to grab onto the right thing. There we go. I'll get this out of the way for just a second. So I took into consideration that this could be like a one-to-one type move. And obviously, like using what we used, you can use the blue. But the blue is too early. We already talked about that. It ends right here. When you add the second length of the move, which is the top move, like going from the peak here down, it actually adds an extra like 3 weeks or 2 weeks or something like that. It's not a long time. Not a huge amount of trading days. But it's essentially like the same window that's taken in the middle, which is really interesting to me because I'm like, there's this middle window where I'm not really sure where that's supposed to be. And it's also like the same amount of time roughly that you would take to run this up. This is like the exact same amount of time as what happened in January. So you're like, so what? Well, what I'm saying is that like, if you look at the time it took to run up versus down, usually they're fairly comparable. But they don't have to be. It's more about the trajectory in and out, which could be from top to bottom, bottom to top. We already know that this went down really fast and then it slumped for a long time. Well, if I took that trajectory, which is green, that's kind of the outermost trajectory, right? Like that would be the slowest amount of time. And that would just be only to recover back to here, not like an original recovery, which would have went to whatever this upthrust was, potentially, or even just slightly higher to the previous drop. So I know it's a little bit like meh, because you're like, who cares? If it's apples and oranges, it's basically no different. Well, this is like kind of the last little piece of evidence, though, because in the grand scheme of things, if they were going to run it up in a certain amount of time, and you have like brackets for like where those things might happen, we know that the $8.69 bracket was back here because of certain principles that we were looking at, and it passed that bracket on September 13th. I don't need to be right about everything to know that that still was there. Like if I go back to the Friday the 13th, Thursday the 12th, that area, it's right around where it's supposed to be on those center trajectories. It didn't make that path, but I've already conceded that. Like that already happened. Likewise, as a result, you don't get this massive drop down. Again, conceded that already happened. But it was a matter of like, oh, but that same motions are still playing out. They're just playing out really low key, and you don't have the reaction yet. You take all these things into consideration and you look at the timing that was built into here, there was a lot more potential for like later timed moves. We had used this as a way of understanding like an early move that didn't happen. So we were using like this trajectory right here to determine like, well, there could be an early move here that then dumps down. That was my opinion. It didn't happen, period. Still thought it was going to come low. And then I thought, well, you're going to do what you did in like basically that January or that 2020 model. You're going to push up and then come back down. That did happen. And it did happen along the curve. It just was really low. So there's all kinds of weird things. It even pushed above, once again, pushed above that 200, which is very, very, very similar to what happened in 2000 right here, pushed above the 200. This had tried to set up on top of it, dump beneath it. This pushes up above it, runs away from it, and then runs through it. Very similar. Not that different. It may look really different on the surface, but it's really, really similar. The main difference is we never jumped any creek early. We didn't develop a higher creek here. So we have all this really weird low stuff. Anyways, when we did that, we took into consideration that this could be very low going into the early part of the year. And that ultimately, based on the timing of that, this could end up being like, frankly, like slumping into March. And I had made a lot of talk, I talked a lot about maybe this doesn't even run until June originally, because that to me was like, well, it just depends. I mean, if you use the timing from one method, it looks like it would take forever. If you use the timing from another, it looks really fast. When we started looking at the possibility of running to 20 here, and it became more and more like, oh, this is like a really strong possibility. That's the faster timing. Like, that's the one that people were coming up to me and they kept saying, like, well, not coming up to me, but you know what I mean, in the chat, and they're saying, well, don't you think there could be a January run? I'm saying, I don't think so, because the timing for the bigger model is very slow. It lasts a really long time. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because if you look at the actual move itself, if you only use the initial timing of it, it's very like compressed. It's like right here, right? But if you use like the entirety of the move, it's actually a pretty long-winded move. It adds time to the move. And I guess what I'm saying is, like, I had used, I don't know what a better way to say this, but I had like used this repeatedly as a measurement for height, but not necessarily for time. So it's a significance because if you add this extra bit of time, it does add extra bit of time at the end, but it's not like, it's kind of between the two that we had originally talked about. So anyways, my point being, when I went back and you guys are like, get to the point, man. You're just talking in circles. I'm not trying to talk in circles, I promise. I was trying to illustrate it. I don't think I did a good job explaining it. Basically, I added that time back, and again, it's like pushing you out into mid-January, but when you take into consideration the entirety of the move, it's twofold, because there could be an argument made that the move itself would take this long. There's another argument that says, well, it should just be the double length of this, which means it should be here, like now, going into the 10th, basically. Like, that should be the end of the cycle. And then there's another argument that says, well, you could just take something like the January run-up and use that as an example, or this run-up. So there's a lot of different measurements for this. And when I went back and I looked at some of these measurements, I was like, well, they're all kind of like slightly different, but they're also not like ridiculously far apart. It would be different for someone to sit here and say, like, well, that's like, one's like 1 day, one is like 2 or 3 days, the other is like 10, 20, 30 days. They're not that different. They're all pretty similar. I'm not taking like an average of these necessarily. But what was really kind of, again, interesting to me was that if you take it back to the original value, so this is like I was saying, my final evidence, if you will, these are both like marking out like these segments, essentially. Like, they're the same time distances. And so all of these are slightly different, right, in terms of like where they leave and where they enter the top. But they do not vary at all. And especially this one right here, they don't vary at all. Like, if this is the total distance traveled, it doesn't vary at all. It's the 19th of February, which is far away. But that's over here. It's not beyond the scope of these. So the final like little bit of evidence here is that all three of these are within that same scope. Like, all of them are. All of them are. So the range here of trajectory and trajectory out that I used with the I would say the macro big picture analysis here, including that little conversion data trick that I did earlier with the backwards motion there, looking at where that original gap was. All of that stuff gives you a window here that's very concise. And then to support that data, the three individual moves that you could measure, all three of them support that time window. So basically it's a time window between Monday, January 13th and February 13th. Now that's a big window, or maybe February like 18th. I can't see it on my chart, 19th or something like that. It's a 1 month window. And you guys are like, well, that's a long time. First you said this, then you said this, then you said this, then you said this. Why are we supposed to believe this? Look, I don't know if you have to believe anything, but I don't know of any other way to draw these lines. So like at this point, if it's not one of these, it would have to be something like where it's like, oh, it's the widest possible bottom or something like that here. And that's going to be like way out in June, which is just like back to this other model of like going down low and then coming up later. It's not any different. But that's it. There's no other markings here. You can draw like dozens of lines. These are the best ones in my opinion. I think they're pretty accurate. And I think the fact that they play into the past and the present for that AMC shifter is very significant. Very, very significant. And I already went through it earlier. I maybe didn't explain it the best I could, but I told you guys it was going to be a bit of a letdown in terms of like, what does that mean? It's a bit of a letdown, right? It's not telling you anything that's particularly new. This is why I didn't want to like go into this right away earlier in the stream. It's not telling you anything particularly new. And then no matter what happens, it's kind of like, well, A, it's out of your hands anyways, right? So like, why worry? But B, it's like, well, there's just a number of like little nuances. From that point forward, it's just a matter of how it kind of breaks out. And if it does break out. And the thing that about all these analysis that I did is none of that really gives you the perfect breakout. Like there's not a one size fits all for this. Like all of them are dependent on you coming back above and rallying back above 450 and that causing a massive buy-in, right? And anything else is just kind of speculation anyways. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, great, so we're going up to 1950 or whatever, and we're going to do it by February. Wonderful. I'm ready to be over with this. Well, yeah, that's the move. But I don't think that there's any way to like perfectly predict that. And anybody that says they can, I would disagree with. I would say, nope, you can't do that. You could get really close. Maybe it'll be right on the money. You'll hit this or hit this, and people will be like, whoa, Booksy, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but all I'm talking about is like an ideal scenario where it does a wave. And that's all of this is based on, and it's based on that plus RSI OBV comparisons, which we've done. There's nothing else there. So like for us to look at that and say, all right, well, this is the play, and I'm going to play it, and so on and so forth. I mean, you can do it, but just be aware that there's not a one size fits all for this. So when I look at that, I'm like, I always say stuff like that, like one size fits all. What I mean is that you can't look at this and say it's got to do this. It doesn't have to do that. I think there's a lot of probability here saying that it probably will, and I'm happy for us if it does it. But at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is. If this doesn't hold and it breaks down at 450, it ain't happening, you know? Like, that's all there is to it. So, yeah, and then that's it. It's over, right? No biggie. But as a descriptive measure of how this could move, does this look like it's setting up in a way that I think is very likely, even possible? Yeah. It's obeying its own rules, like of liquidity. Like AMC has done that before. Like it has obeyed its own rules and made moves like these. So I don't see it as a huge question mark. I think it's a very strong possibility. So anyways, yeah, looks like this Sero trade was a bust today. It looks like it dumped back through. So I think that's over. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how else to put it, but if it didn't hold that level, I wasn't really looking forward to anything. I don't know what a split would do beneficially. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that a split would do anything good. Yeah. I mean, if it's going to go 1 to 100 and this goes up to $5, I mean, what are the chances it's just going to rally from $5? I don't know, you know. It seems more likely that it goes to 5 and then it just starts dumping back down to like pennies again. So I think the rally here was good, and it was a good estimation of what could happen. What we didn't get was that rebound off 5. It didn't hold ultimately right here at like 570s, which was really what I was looking for. So that move ended up being a bit of a bust, and it's okay. It happens, you know. Um, if you're upset by it, oh well. I think most people probably didn't do anything with it. I don't. Yeah, I don't. It just looks like it's setting up for a possible distribution because you see how it jumped over this creek and then it tried to go again. It failed. Now, if it closes beneath that creek, it's going to be in a prime spot to kind of dump right at the open. I mean, it could run, but it's very clearly a really important spot where it could easily just like drop because it's closing beneath the creek. So that's kind of weakness. That's probably part of the design of this the whole time. It's like we're going to drop it back down. And I don't know. I wouldn't be very confident about holding it through a split. We all know that kind of stuff can come back to bite you. So, yeah, probably not the best idea to keep holding it. I don't know. This is a bummer, but it is what it is. What happened with you, Booksy? I mean, I lost some money, but it wasn't like horrible. I had it, a lot of it stopped out when it dropped beneath, like way up here, like 75 cents or something. I was waiting to see if the rest of it would get on a rebound and make some money back. And I wasn't going to re-enter it since there's a split imminent. Just doesn't seem like a good idea. Like, I just have no idea what that's going to do. If anything, I'd have to just look at the chart and suggest that it's probably going to dump. You know, that's all I could do. So, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, do splits historically like do good things for charts? Nah. I mean, there could be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We've had some. I think we were looking at what was it, Fubo earlier. That was an interesting chart, and that has some splits. Here you can see like, but see like it dumps right after. I don't know. There's not really a lot of. I'm trying to even think of a split I can even remember where it does something good. That's the same, dumps and rebounds. If this price is selling off and they're resorting to like splitting it because it's selling off, that's usually a sign of like weakness, right? So this was a chance, I think, for people to get out of it. Thursday, we're not going to have a trading day. Tomorrow we will. Yeah, I mean, look, AMC to me, I think probably a lot of folks, including maybe me, be like somebody like Stockfather or somebody, would probably say this looks a bit more like an LSPY, like a bear flag waiting to happen. I don't, I don't think it's impossible that that's the case. I think it's a good analysis. When we're looking at everything else, though, I have to be like a little bit optimistic, you know, and consider that this could very well be that buy-in. It's light. It's a little light in volume, but at the very least, this should come back to. I think it's going to come back to 4.5 or 4.3. I just don't think it's come far enough yet. I'm a little worried that a lot of the stuff we're seeing on AMC is just like a phantom of like ideas gone by, you know? Like we're seeing like an operator's plan that has already changed. One of the things that bugged me about it was some of the targets that I got here with this early push up. When I did it at first, I used some of the anchors from the bottom and it kind of nailed it right on December 5th, which obviously didn't happen. So you're like, well, if that's the case, you know, then we're in trouble because that didn't happen, right? Well, yeah, it didn't happen. So Fubo merged with Hulu, which is part of Disney. There you go. That was funny. I was asking about what happened to Fubo. Well, yeah, like I said, I think it could possibly go up to like 24. Who knows? I don't see how GME stops at 40s. Because like long term, that's a massive, massive, massive resistance, like from way back here. And we already distributed twice beneath it. So this looks like a big push. I haven't looked at on balance volume for it, but I mean, it's easy for me to see. It looks like it's about to be, push. If it pushes up, it's going to be overbought again pretty quick. Looks like a gigantic Cattier setup. I think there's a possibility if it can get above 45, that's the level I'm looking at. Is this like $42 level? Gets up here, I think there's a good chance it could rally really far. But to say I don't see how it could stop, I don't agree with that. I think it's very possible it stops. It has trouble with that level for a number of reasons. On the plus side, do I think it looks a lot like it did before the big squeeze? We talked about this before. It looks a lot like this, but I don't think proportionally it doesn't really look the same. So even if you thought that was the case, you wouldn't suggest proportionally that it goes to the moon. You'd suggest it goes to like 80s or something, which is still a huge move. That's not to knock it. I'm just saying proportionally that's where I would expect it to be based on the setup. But it made this big thing. Maybe it's going to just go. I don't know. I mean, like I said, this is a flexible chart. There's elements to it that I expect, and there's things that I'm like, meh. If the setup is good, could it rally beyond there and just keep going? Yeah, if it makes sense. But there's elements of this that I'm like, yeah, if it comes up to like 60s to 70s and it's looking bad, like I'm not going to just sit here and be like, yeah, it's going to go, man. Well, maybe not. It's tough. It's already tested this area and got hardly rejected. It's backed up. I think it's going to try again. It's pretty common, like for a stock to have like a double or triple move up to try to distribute. So like it happened here, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's not really any reason to be overly bullish except that we're out of this creek. My biggest concern is a distribution here to try to bring us back down really low. And I know that's been my concern the whole time. I haven't really changed about that. I get that makes people upset because they're like, well, I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to buy in and just go. I don't know what's going to happen. All I can do is look at the chart and say, yeah, this is good, this is not good, this is good, this is not good. There are some things that are very good here with GME. I like how strong it is. I like that it holds up, when it breaks out. I don't think AMC does that very well, right? I like that there's a consistency with the $24 area, consistency with a lot of the levels that are being hit and met. I like that the chart follows through on bullish price action when it makes the moves. It follows through. It's not constantly faking us out like AMC is. There's a lot of good things to say about GME. And there's definitely a potential here for something big. But all the same, it's like there's equal potential, in my opinion, for something not good because of the way this is set up. So I have to be as reasonable as I can. And I think that the green marker here that I've got is very significant. And that runs into it about $42. So if we bonk our heads on that and start sliding back through creeks, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Why would I? It doesn't make any sense. So, all right. So the trade of the day was a bit of a bust. Kind of called that out early, though, when it started slipping down. And I bought high, sold low. Way to go, Booksy. Good first day of trading in 2025. Hey, let's get it out of the way, shake out the nerves. We'll be sharper tomorrow. We'll be sure of it. We'll make it back. It wasn't a big trade. I should have known better anyways when it came back down through here. It seemed kind of obvious when it pushed low, so. The, you mean when it went red? It never went red. It's still up 20%. The thing about it was that it was, it came below the creek, so it didn't hold. It didn't look very good. We talked about that. That was way earlier in the stream. There was like 10 people in here when we were talking about it. So some of you guys are like, what are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, Fubo's Fubo. It may be squeezing, like shorts exiting, trying to get out. It's a lot of chop today after being propped up pretty far. From a technical standpoint, I think it's very possible this could go beyond. If it gets above like $8, I think it could go up all the way to 24. One of the other things I want to trade is NU. I'm really a big fan of this chart. Again, it's a chart that has a lot of consistency to it, tends to play really well. Last time it was in the 11s, it rallied up to like 15. It's been oversold for a while. It's just trying to rebound now. So I'm kind of excited to see what happens with it. I'm still looking at WTO. We talked about that earlier. That's got a decent potential for pullback to 30 cents, maybe just 36. It would have to rally back above 43 to kind of really convince me, which is, it could happen, but it's just a matter of like understanding that this hasn't quite checked. I don't think that big creek cross. I would not be surprised if it comes back to 30 cents. What else did we look at? We looked at a lot of stuff today, like a ton of things. I didn't talk about MPW. I don't think that MPW is in a bad spot. It actually broke out. I mentioned this before, like last week. It broke out of its massive wedge here. So if it can hold the breakout and find support, it's basically like a retest on the floor at 380s up to about 395, something like that. I think that's where it is. That area, it should result in a big push to like 520s, which would be a pretty decent sized move. If it can continue, I'm suggesting I think it's going to go all the way up to like, I honestly think if it can continue, it could go all the way up to like 8. But I'm also kind of skeptical of this play for a lot of reasons fundamentally. And I think it's very possible that they chop until February and then dump it. So I've got to be realistic about it. Well, yeah, like trading is whatever. If I find a trade that I want to take and I think it's got potential, I'll take it. I kind of knee-jerked into a trade this morning. It's important for me to get my feet wet, so I'm not really upset by it. Like, I'm not going to go and be like, oh, man, I lost like $15 or something or whatever it was. I mean, it is what it is. I haven't traded that much since August because AMC went really flat and I had too much of my money tied up to too few things. So I really had a good run. I had a really good run in June, July. I was hitting my goals like every week and then kind of pittered out when everything went flat for a while. Small caps really struggled, I know the ETF didn't. Like, I know IWM did historically very well over the course of the whole year. It did well, but it did not, in my opinion, warrant a lot of trading after this big July move. And I think point in case is we're sitting right where we were back in July, Did it have swings that you could have traded? Yeah. And I think I regret not having money to trade in August because I thought it was going to come back up to near 250 and it did. But in the grand scheme of things, like it's pretty stagnant, I think it's about to rally again, so I'd like to try to trade it. But on the whole, like most of the stocks we were looking at kind of flatlined middle of the year, and didn't really see a whole lot of action, right? GME, for example, just kind of went flat from like August all the way through October. Really didn't see a lot of action till November. So it is what it is. I could have traded it. I could have traded things, and I just didn't. And I think part of the reason for that is part of it's just lack of discipline, like not doing it and not making excuses, but just if I don't have the liquid to do it, it's easy just to not do it and not rearrange positions and stuff. Another part of it is just streaming. Like I tend to get really wrapped up in charting. Charting's great, but charting isn't trading. They're two different things. They're not mutually exclusive, but they're two different things. I could sit here and chart all day, which I did for a while, and not trade a thing, which is fine. Sometimes that's a good thing. Do nothing, right? That's a good answer to some situations. Just do nothing. But I don't want to do that anymore. So like I need to make money. And I have a lot going on at home by myself. And I learned that and I don't want to get too much into detail about it, but because it's really private. But there's one of my family members, my brother, has a pretty severe problem, like severe illness, and he's a young guy. He's like younger than me, so he's a young guy, and there's a decent chance he'll make it through it, but it's severe enough that he may not. You don't know what the future holds. And I found out over Christmas that he had had this problem, and we thought it had like gone away and been taken care of. And it's the big C word, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. And it actually got worse when they did some more scans. So he's in a bad place financially as a result. He got some help, but he's going to be in heavy debt. And it just kind of made me realize that while it doesn't severely impact our livelihood, if I don't make a ton of money right in the market, like my family's okay. I make money elsewhere. There's other things going on. That's fine. It does, however, impact my ability to do good when I want to do good. If I wanted to help my brother with medical expenses, can I do it? If the answer is no, well, why? Well, because you're not making enough of a surplus to do that. That's a problem, right? For me, it's not a problem for you. It's personal, right? It's a personal choice. If I want to do that, then I have to be better disciplined and make better money. And unfortunately, AMC doesn't pay the bills, right? Like they're a company that has nothing to do with me at all. I just invest in it. And if that stock just sits there for half a year, I can't point the finger at them and be mad at them. They don't know my situation, right? They don't know what I want to do, what my goals are. So I had really good goals, really tight goals. I had set them out, and I kind of went wayward on them, I guess, in about August of last year. So for me, it's not new goals. That's why I was saying renewed. It's not new things. I really have already had these goals in mind to be trading more efficiently and spend less time just charting random stuff without trading, but really put myself back into that trader mindset. And again, I had a really good stint. I was really happy with it. Increased my portfolio a good chunk and then kind of pittered out. So I don't want to do that. And it might seem a little sappy, might seem a little ridiculous, like why even talk about it, Booksy, if it's private information? Well, it's going to impact you if you listen to the stream, because if I'm not sitting here talking about AMC 24/7, a lot of people get upset. Well, people come in here and they're like, tell me about AMC, tell me about GME, tell me about AMC, tell me about GME. Well, I might not be doing that. I'm going to be trading. So I mean, some of them I will. I don't think I'm ever going to show you like my trades per se. I think some people do that, and that's fine. But I don't have any particular strong feeling about like I should do that, like the feeling that I should do that, you know. I also think that's kind of private. My policy with that kind of stuff is just to be honest. I'll tell you if I lost money. Like I'll tell you if I made money, but I'm not going to be really specific about it. If that makes sense. So like today on that one trade, I lost money, but I also told you like I had stop losses. I told you where I entered. I could be more explicit about it, and I did that on again when I was doing this very consistently and diligently. I did it on the Discord group. So if you're part of the Discord group, I'll try to be very consistent with that. As long as it's not like a spur of the moment play, I'll type it out and I'll make sure that you know what I'm doing. Again, I'll tell you, here's what my trade is, here's why I'm entering it, here's where the stop loss is. That's it. And I encourage people to do the same in that group if they want to. The goal is not to brag or be whatever, it's just to share the way we're trading things so that we can be better traders. Like if we were working in an office together in a professional environment and I was trading stuff, you would probably be able to like lean over and just ask me like, hey, what's your stop loss on that? Why are you trading it? And I would just share it. It doesn't mean that you're going to do it. You may not take that trade. But if we were doing that and just talking through it, we would talk about why we're doing things, what that would look like. I think that's very appropriate. I don't think that somebody needs to come on and say, I put $1 million on this because of you, and then, all right, well, you shouldn't have done that, you know? Like, that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about YOLOing. I'm not talking about, you know, just sharing massive setups all the time or what have you. That kind of Discord group doesn't, or just talking about profits. Like we had people in a Discord group a couple of years ago that would just post, I made so much money on this. All right. Like that's good, but that doesn't help. That's good for you, but that doesn't help anybody else. Most of the time, if you're sharing like profits and you're just saying like, hey, I made like 30 grand on this or something, man, or I made 1,000% on this. All right. That's good for you, but it doesn't actually help anybody else. It doesn't do anything. It could actually make somebody else feel bad, not because they're jealous, but because maybe they didn't have a good week or something, and they're like, man, this kind of sucks. Maybe I'm not that good at this. What would be beneficial would be to share how you traded it. Here's why I got in. Here's when I got in. Here's my stop loss. Here's how I traded through it. That to me is like good information. Because then if you don't know how to do that, you can learn how to do that. And if you have a mistake and you share that mistake, then people can learn from that as well. And they can say, oh, he didn't set the stop loss very high and he got stopped out or whatever with a bigger loss or something, right? Or, you know, whatever it is. So my goal in talking about trades, period, is that it would be for the benefit of people. And there's not really much point in me just kind of sitting here and like either showboating or like wallowing in despair by showing you like, here's how much I made, here's how much I lost. That doesn't, at the end of the day, doesn't really do much for anybody. So it would be far better for everyone if they were willing to do that, to participate in that by sharing how they entered the trade, how they exited it, why they got into it, why they got out of it. I found that time to be very helpful for me when I saw people using that, but we haven't largely used it on the group, so I want to get back to doing that. And that by default means that we're not going to be staring at AMC 24/7. So, you know, viewership will decline. There will be people that do not want to they don't really care about that. They just want to hear what I have to say about AMC. So well, that's good, man. Yeah, cancer sucks. You're right. Appreciate it. Yep. I didn't say cancer because I just didn't want it to be too specific, but yeah. I did say the big C word, so whatever. I already shared that. It's not me, it's my brother, but it's not good. And he's real young, so to have it go worse is just rough. There's not much I can do for him. That's the other thing. It's like they have like new things that you can use, and that's one of the things he's getting. He's getting to use like a brand new medicine, which is great. It didn't even exist. FDA didn't even approve it till last summer or something. But his particular strand of cancer can't be treated with radiation, so he can't do chemotherapy. There are certain types of cancer that can't be treated that way. So it's good that technology and health science has come to a point where he's able to reap some of the benefit, but it's very expensive. Like really expensive. So, you know, yeah. So there's not much I can do for him except for, pray for him and try to help him out if I can. But the finances thing is like something that's tangible at least. I'm like, well, I could help with that, but I have to make enough to help. So it has to make sense, So, anywho. Yeah, so there's some stocks that I like that I may trade again just to get going. We haven't had winners every single time. We've had some losers on here for sure in terms of like, what's made money. But I do like MBW. I like NU. I think that's a really good one. I was talking about FANG. I haven't really looked at it, but a long time ago when I did swing trading, I found a lot of success with FANG. It's Diamondback Energy. They do, I'll say like natural gas and oil and stuff. Yeah, it's way high. Kind of curious where it is now. Where I was a long time ago. I want to say I traded it in. It must have been like back here. Well, I missed the drama. I didn't invest in it through COVID. So, anyways, I like FANG because it is a very easy to read chart. So what I liked about it was that it bounces in its channels, it has pretty big swings. So like from top to bottom, it doesn't look like a lot, but like top to bottom, these were like 20% swings, and it's fairly consistent until it isn't, that's just generally a rule anyways. So yeah, I like this chart because it's an easy swing trade, and you're not invested in a trade for more than like a week or two before you're like, all right, I'm done, which is nice. These are the kind of charts that I'd prefer to do swing trading on if you're going to swing, because they're just easier. You get really clear tops and bottoms. There's channel bound paths, that kind of stuff. When we do talk about things like waveform analysis, that can be really beneficial because you can find usually fairly easily like those trajectory like that. That's super simple, right? And that gives you like a really strong trajectory. That's why channel bound waveform trajectory is super tight. It like works really well. But most of the stocks that we look at are small cap stocks, tend to be easier to buy into, but they're a lot more volatile and they don't always do super well. So this is one right now that I'm like, even though it's expensive, and it is expensive, it probably will be a pretty easy trade as long as it does, come back above 186 or whatever. Is it expensive? Yeah, it's expensive. Can everybody trade it? Probably not. But like, it's one of those things that it's like, it's so consistent that it makes it, in my opinion, it can make it very worthwhile. And there might be a way to trade options with this without going too crazy. You know, I don't know. Depends on what it is. But the thing is like, you could maybe only afford one share, but if it goes up, 40%, you're still making decent money. And if it happens quickly, then you could do really quick, simple trades. So it's not going to like make you $1 million overnight, but 28%, not bad. And that's how long? I mean, it's usually like a week or two. We're really consistent. This is a longer one. This is like 50 days. So it's slower. Some of these are a little bit faster. But this is one of the examples of like, this is a kind of chart that I would trade when I was swing trading, and I would do pretty well on it. Like I could easily make 5 to 10% each week, which adds up over time. It pays a dividend too, so it's not bad. I mean, it's got a massive... Yeah. This would have been a long-term investment if I had just ignored what happened at COVID. But I didn't ultimately invest in it like for super long term, so... Anywho. So yeah, these are some of the ones that I would look at back in the day, and I would swing trade them because you can make pretty easy 10, 15, 20% on pretty quick moves here and there. It's been a while since I looked at it, and I'd have to go through and kind of observe. Like this right here looks hot as all get out right now. Even just looking at this, this is a massive bullish divergence, and it just broke out. So we might be in a really good place very, very shortly for FANG investment. It gets like right there. Yeah, that's a big divergence. So it's going on since September. There you go. Thanks, Booksy. Stumbled into a big play. Yeah. I don't know how I would do it, though. I'd have to kind of look at what I have and what I could make available and what I want to use it, use with it. But bottom to bottom, it's bullish divergence on the daily. It's breaking out early on RSI. It just needs to cross up over maybe 180 here. Jump the creek. It could take a minute. We don't know that this is going to go right away, but it seems like a pretty solid bet. And I would even venture that if we went through the process like we did here of using the bottom to bottom method, we should find consistency there, and there is a bit. So it's slow. This is a slower one, so this is like all the way out to July. Maybe even late 2025. But if it follows the same channel, that could be about right. I think the last time it did a little pullback. It spent a long time moving up. Seems about right. So maybe by October or December, it's all the way up at like 268. Anyways, then what we could do is we could break it down into smaller channels, and we could trade channel top, channel bottom, channel top, channel bottom kind of stuff. Or excuse me, I said channel bottom, channel top, that kind of thing, right? So like long term, I don't know what would be yielded from this. You know, if you were doing like shares only, you could get the dividend, at least for the course of the year. This could be a really good yearly play. But in terms of like swing trading, if you're just doing like a options contract or something, I don't know. It may not be immediately lucrative. It could grow over time. I'd have to look into it. All right, guys, I'm done. Appreciate y'all for hanging in with me, and we'll see you tomorrow.